Section 32 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 18. Mesopotamia, Baghdad and Babylon. Part 2. Not far from the ruins stands a plain mosque, which holds the tomb of Suleiman Pak. This man was a friend of Mohammed's, and is on that account honored as a saint. I was not allowed to enter the mosque, and was obliged to content myself with looking in through the open door. I saw only a tomb built of bricks, surrounded by a wooden lattice, painted green. I had already observed a number of tents along the banks of the Tigris on first reaching the ruins. My curiosity induced me to visit them, where I found everything the same as among the desert Arabs, except that the people were not so savage and rough. I could have passed both day and night among them without apprehension. This might be from my having been accustomed to such scenes. A much more agreeable visit was before me. While I was amusing myself among the dirty Arabs, a Persian approached, who pointed to a pretty tent which was pitched at a short distance from us, and said a few words to me. My guide explained to me that a Persian prince lived in this tent, and that he had politely invited me by this messenger. I accepted the invitation with great pleasure, and was received in a very friendly manner by the prince, who was named Il-Hani Ala Kuli Mirza. The prince was a handsome young man, and said that he understood French, but we soon came to a stop with that, as his knowledge of it did not extend beyond "Vous parlez français?" Luckily, one of his people had a better acquaintance with English, and so we were able to carry on some conversation. The interpreter explained to me that the prince resided in Baghdad, but on account of the oppressive heat he had taken up his residence here for some time. He was seated upon a low divan under an open tent, and his companions reclined upon carpets. To my surprise, he had sufficient politeness to offer me a seat by his side upon the divan. Our conversation soon became very animated, and his astonishment when I related to him my travels increased with every word. While we were talking, a nargileh of most singular beauty was placed before me. It was made of light blue enamel on gold, ornamented with pearls, turquoises, and precious stones. For politeness' sake, I took a few puffs from it. Tea and coffee were also served, and afterwards the prince invited me to dinner. A white cloth was spread upon the ground, and flat cakes of bread, instead of plates, laid upon it. An exception was made for me, as I had a plate and knife and fork. The dinner consisted of a number of dishes of meat, among which was a whole lamb with the head, which did appear very inviting. Besides these, several pilaus and a large roast fish. Between the eatables stood bowls of curds and whey, and sherbet. In each bowl was a large spoon. The lamb was carved by a servant with a knife and the hand. He distributed the parts among the guests, placing a piece upon the cake of bread before each one. They ate with their right hand. Most of them tore off small morsels of meat or fish, dipped them in one of the pilaus, kneaded them into a ball, and put them into their mouths. Some, however, ate the fat dishes without pilau. After each mouthful they wiped off the fat, which ran over their fingers, on the bread. They drank a great deal while eating, all using the same spoons. At the conclusion of the meal, the prince, in spite of the strict prohibition of wine, ordered some to be brought, my presence serving as an excuse. He then poured out a glass for me, and drank a couple himself, one to my health and one to his own. When I told him that I intended to go to Persia, and in particular to Teheran, he offered to give me a letter to his mother, who was at court, and under whose protection I could be introduced there. He wrote immediately, using his knee for want of a table, and pressed his signet ring upon the letter, and gave it to me, but told me laughingly not to say anything to his mother about his having drank wine. After mealtime, I asked the prince whether he would allow me to pay a visit to his wife. I had already learned that one of his wives was with him. My request was granted, and I was led immediately into a building, near which had formerly been a small mosque. I was here received in a cool, arched apartment by a remarkably handsome young creature. She was the most beautiful of all the women I had ever yet seen in harems. Her figure, of middling proportions, was most exquisitely symmetrical, her features were noble and truly classical, and her large eyes had a melancholy expression. The poor thing was alone here, and had no society but an old female servant and a young gazelle. Her complexion, probably not quite natural, was of dazzling whiteness, and a delicate red tinted her cheeks. Her eyebrows only, in my opinion, were very much deformed by art. They were in the form of a dark blue streak, an inch wide, which extended in two connected curves from one temple to the other, and gave the face a somewhat dark and very uncommon appearance. The principal hairs were not dyed. Her hands and arms, however, were slightly tattooed. She explained to me that this shocking operation was performed upon her when she was only a child, a custom which is also practiced by the Mahomedan women in Baghdad. The dress of this beauty was like that of the women in the pasha's harem, but instead of the small turban she wore a white muslin cloth, lightly twisted round the head, which she could also draw over her face as a veil. Our conversation was not very lively, as the interpreter was not allowed to follow me into the sanctum. We were therefore obliged to content ourselves with making signs and looking at each other. When I returned to the prince, I expressed to him my wonder at the rare beauty of his young wife, and asked him what country was the cradle of this true angel. He told me the north of Persia, and assured me at the same time that his other wives, of whom he had 4 in Baghdad and 4 in Teheran with his mother, very much excelled this one in beauty. When I would have taken my leave of the prince to return home, he proposed to me that I should remain a little while longer and hear some Persian music. 2 minstrels presently appeared, one of whom had a kind of mandolin with 5 strings, the other was a singer. The musician preluded very well, played European as well as Persian melodies, and handled his instrument with great facility. The singer executed roulades, and unfortunately his voice was neither cultivated nor pure, but he seldom gave false notes, and they both kept good time. The Persian music and songs had considerable range of notes and variations in the melody. I had not heard anything like them for a long time. I reached home safely before sunset, and did not feel very much fatigued, either by the ride of 36 miles, the terrible heat, or the wandering about on foot. Only 2 days afterwards I set out on my road to the ruins of the city of Babylon. The district in which these ruins lie is called Isak Arabia, and is the seat of the ancient Babylonia and Chaldea. I rode, the same evening, 20 miles, as far as the Khan Assad. The palms and fruit trees gradually decreased in number, the cultivated ground grew less and less, and the desert spread itself before me, deadening all pleasure and animation. Here and there grew some low herbage scarcely sufficient for the frugal camel. Even this ceases a few miles before coming to Assad, and from thence to Hilla the desert appeared uninterruptedly in its sad and uniform nakedness. We passed the place where the town of Borossippa formerly stood, and where it is said that a pillar of Nurhuan's palace is yet to be seen. But I could not discover it anywhere, although the whole desert lay open before me, and a bright sunset afforded abundance of light. I therefore contented myself with the place, and did not on that account remember with less enthusiasm the great Alexander, here at the last scene of his actions, when he was warned not to enter Babylon again. Instead of the pillar, I saw the ruins of one large and several smaller canals. The large one formerly united the Euphrates with the Tigris, and the whole served for irrigating the land. The 31st of May. I had never seen such numerous herds of camels as I did today. There might possibly have been more than 7,000 or 8,000. As most of them were unloaded and carried only a few tents, or women and children, it was probably the wandering of a tribe in search of a more fruitful dwelling place. Among this enormous number, I saw only a few camels that were completely white. These are very highly prized by the Arabians, indeed almost honored as superior beings. When I first saw the immense herd of these long-legged animals appearing in the distant horizon, they looked like groups of small trees, and I felt agreeably surprised to meet with vegetation in this endless wilderness. But the wood, like that in Shakespeare's Macbeth, shortly advanced towards us, and the stems changed into legs, and the crowns into bodies. I also observed a species of bird today, to which I was a complete stranger. It resembled in color and size the small green papagien called paroquets, except that its beak was rather less crooked and thick. It lives, like the earth mouse, in small holes in the ground. I saw flocks of them at 2 of the most barren places in the desert, when there was no trace of a blade of grass to be discovered far and wide. Towards 10 o'clock in the morning we halted for 2 hours only at Khan Nasri, as I was resolved to reach Hilla today. The heat rose above 134 degrees Fahrenheit, but a hot wind that continually accompanied us was still more unbearable, and drove whole clouds of hot sand into the face. We frequently passed half-ruined canals during the day. The Huns upon this road are among the best and the most secure that I have ever met with. From the exterior they resemble small fortresses. A high gateway leads into a large courtyard, which is surrounded on all sides by broad handsome halls built with thick brick walls. In the halls there are niches arranged in rows, each one being large enough to serve 3 or 4 persons as a resting place. Before the niches, but also under the halls, are the places for the cattle. In the courtyard a terrace is also built 5 feet high for sleeping in the hot summer nights. There are likewise a number of rings and posts for the cattle in the court, where they can be in the open air during the night. These khans are adapted for whole caravans, and will contain as many as 500 travelers, together with animals and baggage. They are erected by the government, but more frequently by wealthy people, who hope by such means to procure a place in heaven. 10 or 12 soldiers are appointed to each khan as a guard. The gates are closed in the evening. Travelers do not pay anything for staying at these places. Some Arabian families generally live outside the khans, or even in them, and they supply the place of host, and furnish travelers with camel's milk, bread, coffee, and sometimes also with camel's or goat's flesh. I found the camel's milk rather disagreeable, but the flesh is so good that I thought it had been cow beef, and was greatly surprised when my guide told me that it was not. When travelers are furnished with a pasha's firman (letter of recommendation), they can procure 1 or more mounted soldiers. All the soldiers at the khans have horses, to accompany them through dangerous places, and at times of disturbances. I had such a firman, and made use of it at night. In the afternoon we approached the town of Hilla, which now occupies a part of the space where Babylon formerly stood. Beautiful woods of date trees indicated from afar the inhabited country, but intercepted our view of the town. 4 miles from Hilla we turned off the road to the right, and shortly found ourselves between enormous mounds of fallen walls and heaps of bricks. The Arabs call these ruins Mujalibe. The largest of these mounds of bricks and rubbish are 2,110 feet in circumference, and 141 feet in height. Babylon, as it is known, was one of the greatest cities in the world. With respect to its founder there are various opinions. Some say Ninus, others Belus, others Semiramis, etc. It is said that, at the building of the city, about 2000 years before the birth of Christ, 2 millions of workmen, and all the architects and artificers of the then enormous Syrian empire, were employed. The city walls are described as having been 150 feet high and 20 feet thick. The city was defended by 250 towers. It was closed by 100 brazen gates, and its circumference was 60 miles. It was separated into 2 parts by the Euphrates. On each bank stood a beautiful palace, and the two were united by an artistic bridge, and even a tunnel was constructed by the Queen Semiramis. But the greatest curiosities were the temples of Belus and the hanging gardens. The tower of the temple was ornamented with 3 colossal figures made of pure gold, and representing gods. The hanging gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the world, are ascribed to Nebuchadnezzar, who is said to have built them at the wish of his wife Amytis. 630 years before Christ, the Babylonian Empire was at the highest point of its magnificence. At this time it was conquered by the Chaldeans. It was afterwards subject in succession to the Persians, Osmans, Tartars, and others, until the year A.D. 1637, since which time it has remained under the Osman government. The temple of Belus, or Baal, was destroyed by Xerxes, and Alexander the Great would have restored it, but as it would have required 10,000 men for 2 months, others say 2 years, merely to remove the rubbish, he did not attempt it. One of the palaces is described as having been the residence of the king, the other a castle. Unfortunately, they are so fallen to decay that they afford no means of forming a satisfactory opinion even to antiquarians. It is supposed, however, that the ruins called Mudjelibe are the remains of the castle. Another large heap of ruins is situated about a mile distant, called El Kasir. According to some, the temple of Baal stood here; according to others, the royal palace. Massive fragments of walls and columns are still to be seen, and in a hollow a lion in dark grey granite, of such a size that at some distance I took it for an elephant. It is very much damaged, and, to judge from what remains, does not appear to have been the work of a great artist. The mortar is of extraordinary hardness; it is easier to break the bricks themselves than to separate them from it. The bricks of all the ruins are partly yellow and partly red, a foot long, nearly as broad, and half an inch thick. In the ruins of El Kasir stands a solitary tree, which belongs to a species of firs which is quite unknown in this district. The Arabs called it atale, and consider it sacred. There are said to be several of the same kind near Bushir. They are there called goz or guz. Many writers see something very extraordinary in this tree. Indeed, they go so far as to consider it as a relic of the hanging gardens, and affirm that it gives out sad melancholy tones when the wind plays through its branches, etc. Everything, indeed, is possible with God, but that this half-stunted tree, which is scarcely 18 feet high, and whose wretched stem is at most only 9 inches in diameter, is full 3000 years old, appears to me rather too improbable. The country round Babylon is said to have been formerly so flourishing and fruitful that it was called the Paradise of Chaldea. This productiveness ceased with the existence of the buildings. As I had seen everything completely, I rode on as far as Hilla, on the other side of the Euphrates. A most miserable bridge of 46 boats is here thrown across the river, which is 430 feet broad. Planks and trunks of trees are laid from one boat to the other, which move up and down at every step. There is no railing at the side, and the space is so narrow that 2 riders can scarcely pass. The views along the river are very charming. I found the vegetation here still rich, and several mosques and handsome buildings give life to the blooming landscape. In Hilla I was received by a rich Arab. As the sun was already very near setting, I was shown to a beautiful terrace instead of a room. A delicious pilau, roast lamb, and steamed vegetables were sent to me for supper, with water and sour milk. The terraces here were not surrounded by any walls, a circumstance which was very agreeable to me, as it gave me an opportunity of observing the mode of life and customs of my neighbours. In the courtyards I saw the women engaged in making bread, and in the same way as at Bandr Abbas. The men and children meanwhile spread straw mats upon the terraces, and brought dishes with pilaus, vegetables, or some other eatables. As soon as the bread was ready, they began their meal. The women also seated themselves, and I thought that the modern Arabs were sufficiently advanced in civilization to give my sex their place at the table. But to my regret, I saw the poor women, instead of helping themselves from the dishes, take straw fans to keep off the flies from the heads of their husbands. They may have had their meal afterwards in the house, for I did not see them eat anything, either upon the terraces or in the courts. They all slept upon the terraces. Both men and women wrapped themselves in rugs, and neither the one nor the other took off any of their clothing. The 1st of June. I had ordered for this morning 2 fresh horses and Arabs as a guard, that I might proceed with some safety to the ruins of Birs Nimrud. These ruins are situated 6 miles distant from Hilla, in the desert or plain of Shinar, near the Euphrates, upon a hill 260 feet high, built of bricks, and consist of the fragments of a wall 28 feet long, on one side 30 feet high, and on the other 35. The greater part of the bricks are covered with inscriptions. Near the wall lie several large blackish blocks, which might be taken for lava, and it is only on closer examination that they are found to be remains of walls. It is supposed that such a change could only have been brought about by lightning. People are not quite unanimous in their opinions with respect to these ruins. Some affirm that they are the remains of the Tower of Babel, others that they are those of the Temple of Baal. There is an extensive view from the top of the hill over the desert, the town of Hilla with its charming palm gardens, and over innumerable mounds of rubbish and brickwork. Near these ruins stands an unimportant Mohammedan chapel, which is said to be on the same spot where, according to the Old Testament, the 3 youths were cast into the furnace for refusing to worship idols. In the afternoon I was again in Hilla. I looked over the town, which is said to contain 26,000 inhabitants, and found it built like all Oriental towns. Before the Kerbala gates is to be seen the little mosque Shems, which contains the remains of the prophet Joshua. It completely resembles the sepulchre of the Queen Zobiede near Baghdad. Towards evening the family of my obliging host, together with some other women and children, paid me a visit. Their natural good sense had deterred them from visiting me on the day of my arrival, when they knew I was fatigued by the long ride. I would willingly have excused their visit today also, for neither the rich nor poor Arabs have much idea of cleanliness. They, moreover, would put the little dirty children into my arms or on my lap, and I did not know how to relieve myself of this pleasure. Many of them had Aleppo boils, and others sore eyes and skin diseases. After the women and children had left, my host came. He was at least clean in his dress, and conducted himself with more politeness. On the 2nd of July I left Hilla at sunrise, and went on, without stopping, to the Khan Skandaria, 16 miles, when I remained some hours, and then went the same day as far as Bir Zanus, 16 miles further. About an hour after midnight I again halted and took a soldier to accompany me. We had scarcely proceeded 4 or 5 miles from the khan when we perceived a very suspicious noise. We stopped, and the servant told me to be very quiet, so that our presence might not be detected. The soldier dismounted, and crept rather than walked in the sand to reconnoitre the dangerous spot. My exhaustion was so great that, although alone in the dark night on the terrible desert, I began to doze upon the horse, and did not wake up till the soldier returned with a cry of joy, and told us that we had not fallen in with a horde of robbers, but with a sheikh, who, in company with his followers, were going to Baghdad. We set spurs to our horses, hastened after the troop, and joined them. The chief greeted me by passing his hand over his forehead towards his breast, and, as a sign of his goodwill, offered me his arms, a club with an iron head covered with a number of spikes. Only a sheikh is allowed to carry such a weapon. I remained in the sheikh's company until sunrise, and then quickened my horse's pace, and about 8 o'clock was again seated in my chamber at Baghdad, after having, in the short space of 3 days and a half, ridden 132 miles, and walked about a great deal. The distance from Baghdad to Hilla is considered to be 60 miles, and from Hilla to Birs Nimrud 6. I had now seen everything in and around Baghdad, and was desirous of starting on my journey towards Isfahan. Just at this time the Persian prince, Ilhani Ala Kuli Mirza, sent me a letter informing me that he had received very bad news from his native country. The governor of Isfahan had been murdered, and the whole province was in a state of revolt. It was therefore impossible to enter Persia by this route. I decided in this case to go as far as Mosul, and there determine my further course according to circumstances. Before concluding my account of Baghdad, I must state that at first I was greatly afraid of scorpions, as I had heard that there were great numbers there, but I never saw one, either in the sardaps or on the terraces, and during my stay of 4 weeks only found one in the court. Section 33 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 19. Mosul and Nineveh. Part 1. Journey of the caravan through the desert. Arrival at Mosul. Curiosities. Excursion to the ruins of Nineveh and the village of Nebi Yunus. Second excursion to the ruins of Nineveh. Tel Nimrud. Arabian horses. Departure from Mosul. In order to travel from Baghdad to Mosul safely and without great expense, it is necessary to join a caravan. I requested Herr Swoboda to direct me to a trustworthy caravan guide. I was indeed advised not to trust myself alone among the Arabs, at least to take a servant with me, but with my limited resources this would have been too expensive. Moreover, I was already pretty well acquainted with the people, and knew from experience that they might be trusted. A caravan was to have left on the 14th of June, but the caravan guides, like the ship captains, always delay some days, and so we did not start until the 17th instead of the 14th. The distance from Baghdad to Mosul is 300 miles, which occupy in travelling from 12 to 14 days. Travellers ride either horses or mules, and in the hot months travel during the night. I had hired a mule for myself and my little baggage, for which I had paid the low price of 15 krans (12s. 6d.), and had neither fodder nor anything else to provide. Everyone who intends proceeding with the caravan is obliged to assemble before the city gate about 5 o'clock in the evening. Herr Swoboda accompanied me there, and particularly recommended me to the care of the caravan guide, and promised him in my name a good bakshish if he saved me all the trouble he could during the journey. In this way I entered upon a 14 days' journey through deserts and steppes, a journey full of difficulties and dangers, without any convenience, shelter, or protection. I travelled like the poorest Arab, and was obliged, like him, to be content to bear the most burning sun, with no food but bread and water, or at the most a handful of dates, or some cucumbers, and with the hot ground for a bed. I had, while in Baghdad, written out a small list of Arabian words, so that I might procure what was most necessary. Signs were easier to me than words, and by the aid of both I managed to get on very well. I became in time so used to the signs, that in places where I could make use of the language, I was obliged to take some pains to prevent myself from using my hands at the same time. While I was taking leave of Herr Swoboda, my little portmanteau and a basket with bread and other trifles had already been put into 2 sacks, which were hung over the back of the mule. My mantle and cushion formed a comfortable soft seat, and everything was in readiness, only the mounting was rather difficult, as there was no stirrup. Our caravan was small. It counted only 26 animals, most of which carried merchandise, and 12 Arabs, of whom 5 went on foot. A horse or mule carries from 2 to 3½ hundredweight, according to the state of the road. About 6 we started. Some miles outside the town, several other travellers joined us, chiefly pedlars with loaded animals, so that presently our party increased in number to 60. But our numbers changed every evening, as some always remained behind, or others joined us. We often had with us some shocking vagabonds, of whom I was more afraid than robbers. It is, moreover, said not to be uncommon for thieves to join the caravan for the purpose of carrying on their depredations, if there should be an opportunity of doing so. I should, on the whole, have no great faith in the protection which such a caravan is capable of affording, as the people who travel in this way are principally pedlars, pilgrims, and such like, who probably have never in their lives used a sword or fired a gun. A few dozen well-armed robbers would certainly get the better of a caravan of even 100 persons. On the first night we rode 10 hours, until we reached Jengitsche. The country around was flat and barren, uncultivated and uninhabited. Some few miles outside Baghdad, cultivation appeared to be suddenly cut off, and it was not until we came to Jengitsche that we saw again palms and stubble fields, showing that human industry is capable of producing something everywhere. Travelling with caravans is very fatiguing. Although a walking pace is never exceeded, they are on the road from 9 to 12 hours without halting. When travelling at night, the proper rest is lost, and in the day it is scarcely possible to get any sleep, exposed in the open air to the excessive heat and the annoyances of flies and mosquitoes. The 18th of June. In Jengitsche we met with a chan, but it was by no means equal in appearance and cleanliness to that on the road to Babylon. Its chief advantage was being situated near the Tigris. The chan was surrounded by a small village, to which I proceeded for the purpose of satisfying my hunger. I went from hut to hut, and at last fortunately succeeded in obtaining some milk and 3 eggs. I laid the eggs in the hot ashes and covered them over, filled my leathern flask from the Tigris, and thus loaded returned proudly to the chan. The eggs I ate directly, but saved the milk for the evening. After this meal, procured with such difficulty, I certainly felt happier and more contented than many who had dined in the most sumptuous manner. During my search through the village, I noticed, from the number of ruined houses and huts, that it seemed to have been of some extent formerly. Here, also, the last plague had carried off the greater part of the inhabitants, for at the present time there were only a few very poor families. I here saw a very peculiar mode of making butter. The cream was put into a leathern bottle, and shaken about on the ground until the butter had formed. When made, it was put into another bottle, filled with water. It was as white as snow, and I should have taken it for lard if I had not seen it made. We did not start this evening before 10 o'clock, and then rode 11 hours without halting to Uesi. The country here was less barren than that between Baghdad and Jengitsche. We did not indeed see any villages on the road, but small groups of palms and the barking of dogs led us to conclude that there were some very near. At sunrise we were gratified by the sight of a low range of mountains, and the monotony of the plain was here and there broken at intervals by small rows of hills. The 19th of June. Yesterday I was not quite satisfied with the khan at Jengitsche, but I should have been very thankful for a far worse one today, that we might have found any degree of shelter from the pitiless heat of the sun. Instead, we were obliged to make our resting place in a field of stubble, far removed from human habitations. The caravan guide endeavoured to give me some little shade by laying a small cover over a couple of poles stuck into the ground, but the place was so small, and the artificial tent so weak, that I was compelled to sit quietly in one position, as the slightest movement would have upset it. How I envied the missionaries and scientific men who undertake their laborious journeys furnished with horses, tents, provisions, and servants! When I wished, shortly afterwards, to take some refreshments, I had nothing but lukewarm water, bread so hard that I was obliged to sop it in water to be able to eat it, and a cucumber without salt or vinegar. However, I did not lose my courage and endurance, or regret, even for a moment, that I had exposed myself to these hardships. We set out again about 8 o'clock in the evening, and halted about 4 in the morning at Deli Abbas. The low range of mountains still remained at our side. From Deli Abbas we crossed the river Hassei by a bridge built over it. The 20th of June. We found a khan here, but it was so decayed that we were obliged to encamp inside, as there is danger of snakes and scorpions in such ruins. A number of dirty Arab tents lay near the khan. The desire for something more than bread and cucumber, or old half-rotten dates, overcame my disgust, and I crept into several of these dwellings. The people offered me buttered milk and bread. I noticed several hens running about the tents with their young, and eagerly looking for food. I would gladly have bought one, but as I was not disposed to kill and prepare it myself, I was obliged to be contented with the bread and buttermilk. Some plants grow in this neighbourhood which put me in mind of my native country, the white fennel. At home I scarcely thought them worth a glance, while here they were a source of extreme gratification. I am not ashamed to say that at the sight of these flowers the tears came into my eyes, and I leaned over them and kissed them as I would a dear friend. We started again today as early as 5 in the evening, and we had now the most dangerous stage of the journey before us, and were desirous of passing it before nightfall. The uniformly flat sandy desert in some degree altered in character. Hard gravel rattled under the hoofs of the animals, mounds and strata of rock alternated with rising ground. Many of the former were projecting from the ground in their natural position, others had been carried down by floods, or piled over each other. If this strip had not amounted to more than 500 or 600 feet, I should have taken it to be the former bed of a river, but as it was, it more resembled the ground left by the returning of the sea. In many places saline substances were deposited, whose delicate crystals reflected the light in all directions. This strip of ground, which is about 5 miles long, is dangerous, because the hills and rocks serve as a favourable ambush for robbers. Our drivers constantly urged the poor animals on. They were obliged to travel here over hills and rocks quicker than across the most convenient plains. We passed through in safety before darkness came on, and then proceeded more leisurely on our journey. The 21st of June. Towards 1 in the morning we came up with the town Karatappa, of which, however, we saw only the walls. A mile beyond this we halted in some stubble fields. The extensive deserts and plains end here, and we entered upon a more cultivated and hilly country. On the 22nd of June we halted in the neighbourhood of the town Küferi. Nothing favourable can be said of any of the Turkish towns, as they so much resemble each other in wretchedness, that it is a pleasure not to be compelled to enter them. The streets are dirty, the houses built of mud or unburnt bricks, the places of worship unimportant, miserable stalls and coarse goods constitute the bazaars, and the people, dirty and disgusting, are of a rather brown complexion. The women increase their natural ugliness by dyeing their hair and nails reddish brown with henna, and by tattooing their hands and arms. Even at 25 years old they appear quite faded. On the 23rd of June we halted not far from the town of Dus, and took up our resting place for the day. In this place I was struck by the low entrances of the houses. They were scarcely 3 feet high, so that the people were obliged to crawl rather than walk into them. On the 25th of June we came to Daug, where I saw a monument which resembled that of Queen Zobiede in Baghdad. I could not learn what great or holy man was buried underneath. The 25th of June. At 4 this morning we came to the place where our caravan guide lived, a village about a mile from Kerku. His house was situated, with several others, in a large dirty courtyard, which was surrounded by a wall with only one entrance. This courtyard resembled a regular encampment. All the inhabitants slept there, and, besides these, there was no want of mules, horses, and asses. Our animals immediately went to their stalls, and trod so near to the sleepers that I was quite anxious for their safety, but the animals are cautious, and the people know that, and remain perfectly quiet. My Arab had been absent 3 weeks, and now returned only for a very short time. And yet none of his family came out to greet him except an old woman. Even with her, whom I supposed to be his mother, he exchanged no kind of welcome. She merely hobbled about here and there, but gave no help, and might as well have remained where she was lying as the others. The houses of the Arabs consist of a single lofty spacious apartment, separated into 3 parts by 2 partition walls, which do not extend quite across to the front wall. Each of these compartments is about 30 feet in length by 9 in breadth, and serves as a dwelling for a family. The light fell through the common doorway and 2 holes, which were made in the upper part of the front wall. A place was set apart for me in one of these compartments, where I could pass the day. My attention was first directed to the nature of the relationships between the several members of the family. At first this was very difficult, as it was only towards the very young children that any kind of attachment or love was shown. They appeared to be a common property. At last, however, I succeeded in ascertaining that 3 related families lived in the house: the patriarch, a married son, and a married daughter. The patriarch was a handsome, powerful old man, 60 years of age, and the father of my guide, which I had learned before, as he was one of our travelling party. He was a terrible scold, and wrangled about every trifle. The son seldom contradicted him, and gave way to all that his father wished. The caravan animals belonged, in common, to both, and were driven by themselves and by a grandson 15 years old, and some servants. When we had reached the house, the old man did not attend to the animals much, but took his ease and gave his orders. It was easy to see that he was the head of the family. The first impression of the Arab character is that it is cold and reserved. I never saw either husband or wife, or father and daughter, exchange a friendly word. They said nothing more than was positively necessary. They show far more feeling towards children. They allow them to shout and make as much noise as they like. No one vexes or contradicts them, and every misconduct is overlooked. But as soon as a child is grown up, it becomes his duty to put up with the infirmities of his parents, which he does with respect and patience. To my great astonishment, I heard the children call their mothers Mama or Nana, their fathers Baba, and their grandmothers Ete or Eti. The women lay lazily about during the whole day, and only in the evening exert themselves to make bread. I thought their dress particularly awkward and inconvenient. The sleeves of their shirts were so wide that they stuck out half a yard from the arms. The sleeves of the kaftan were still larger. Whenever they do any work, they are obliged to wind them round their arms, or tie them in a knot behind. Of course, they are always coming undone, and causing delay and stoppage of their work. In addition to this, the good folks are not much addicted to cleanliness, and make use of their sleeves for blowing their noses on, as well as for wiping their spoons and plates. Their head coverings are not less inconvenient. There use first a large cloth, twice folded, over this 2 others are wound, and a fourth is thrown over the whole. Unfortunately, we stayed here 2 days. I had a great deal to undergo the first day. All the women of the place flocked round me to stare at the stranger. They first commenced examining my clothes, then wanted to take the turban off my head, and were at last so troublesome that it was only by force that I could get any rest. I seized one of them sharply by the arm, and turned her out of the door so quickly that she was overcome before she knew what I was going to do. I signified to the others that I would serve them the same. Perhaps they thought me stronger than I was, for they retired immediately. I then drew a circle round my place, and forbade them to cross it, an injunction they scrupulously attended to. I had now only to deal with the wife of my guide. She laid siege to me the whole day, coming as near to me as possible, and teasing me to give her some of my things. I gave her a few trifles, for I had not much with me, and she then wanted everything. Fortunately, her husband came out of the house just then. I called him and complained of his wife, and at the same time threatened to leave his house and seek shelter somewhere else, well knowing that the Arabs consider this a great disgrace. He immediately ordered her harshly out, and I at last had peace. I always succeeded in carrying out my own will. I found that energy and boldness have a weight with all people, whether Arabs, Persians, Bedouins, or others. Towards evening I saw, to my great delight, a cauldron of mutton set on the fire. For 8 days I had eaten nothing but bread, cucumber, and some dates, and therefore had a great desire for a hot and more nutritious meal. But my appetite was greatly diminished when I saw their style of cookery. The old woman, my guide's mother, threw several handsful of small grain and a large quantity of onions into a pan full of water to soften. In about half an hour she put her dirty hands into the water, and mixed the whole together, now and then taking a mouthful, and, after chewing it, spitting it back again into the pan. She then took a dirty rag and strained off the juice, which she poured over the flesh in the pot. I had firmly made up my mind not to touch this food, but when it was ready it gave out such an agreeable odor, and my hunger was so great, that I broke my resolution, and remembered how many times I had eaten of food, the preparation of which was not a whit cleaner. What was so bad in the present instance was that I had seen the whole process. The broth was a bluish black in color, and with a rather strongly acid taste, both the result of the berries. But it agreed with me very well, and I felt as strong and well as if I had undergone no hardships during my journey from Baghdad. I hoped soon to have had a similar dainty meal, but the Arab does not live so extravagantly. I was obliged to remain satisfied with bread and some cucumbers, without salt, oil, or vinegar. The 26th of June. We left the village and passed Kerku. At sunrise we ascended a small hill, from the summit of which I was astonished by a beautiful prospect. A majestic lofty chain of mountains extended along an enormous valley, and formed the boundary between Kurdistan and Mesopotamia. In this valley there were the most beautiful flowers, mallows, chrysanthemums, and thistly plants. Among the latter there was one which frequently occurs in Germany, but not in such richness and magnificence. In many places these thistles covered large spaces of ground. The country people cut them down and burn them instead of wood, which is here a great luxury, as there are no trees. We saw today some herds of gazelles which ran leaping past us. End of section 33. Section 34 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 19 Mosul and Nineveh, Part 2. On the 27th of June we made our encampment near the miserable little town at Kubri. Before reaching it, we crossed the river Sab, called by the natives Altum Su, Golden Water, by 2 old Roman bridges. I saw several similar bridges in Syria. In both instances they were in good preservation, and will apparently long remain as evidence of the Roman power. Their wide and lofty arches rested upon massive pillars, and the whole was constructed of large square blocks of stone. The ascent of bridges of this kind is so steep that the animals are obliged to scramble up like cats. On the 28th of June we reached the town of Erbil, formerly Arbela, where, to my great chagrin, we remained until the evening of the following day. This little town, which is fortified, is situated upon an isolated hill in the center of a valley. We encamped, fortunately, near some houses outside the town, at the foot of the hill. I found a hut, which was tenanted by some men, 2 donkeys, and a number of fowls. The mistress, for a small acknowledgment, provided me a little place, which at least sheltered me from the burning heat of the sun. Beyond that, I had not the slightest convenience. As this hut, in comparison with the others, was a complete palace, the whole of the neighbors were constantly collected here. From early in the morning till late in the evening, when it is the custom to recline upon the terraces or before the huts, there was always a large party. One came to gossip, others brought meal with them, and kneaded their bread meanwhile, so as not to miss the conversation. In the background the children were being washed and freed from vermin, the asses were braying, and the fowls covering everything with dirt. These altogether made the stay in this place more unbearable than even hunger and thirst. Still, I must say to the credit of these people that they behaved with the greatest propriety towards me, although not only women, but a great number of men of the poorest and lowest class were coming backwards and forwards continually. Even the women here left me in quiet. In the evening some mutton was cooked in a vessel which just before was full of dirty linen steeped in water. This was emptied out, and, without cleaning the pot, it was used to prepare the food in the same manner as at the house of my guide. On the 30th of June we halted at the village of Sab. We here crossed the great river Sab by means of rafts, the mode of constructing which is certainly very ancient. They consist of leathern bottles, filled with air, fastened together with poles, and covered with planks, reeds, and rushes. Our raft had 28 windbags, was 7 feet broad, nearly as long, and carried 2 horse loads and 6 men. As our caravan numbered 32 loaded animals, the crossing of the river occupied half a day. 4 or 5 of the animals were tied together and drawn over by a man seated across an air bag. The weaker animals, such as the donkeys, had a bag half filled with air tied on their backs. The night of the 30th of June, the last on our journey, was one of the most wearisome. We travelled 11 hours. About halfway we came to the river Hasar, called Gaumil by the Greeks, and made remarkable by the passage of Alexander the Great. It was broad but not deep, and we therefore rode through. The chain of mountains still continued at the side at some considerable distance, and here and there rose low, sterile hills, or headlands. The total absence of trees in this part of Mesopotamia is striking. During the last 5 days I did not see a single one. It is therefore easy to imagine that there are many people here who have never seen such a thing. There were spaces of 20 miles in extent, upon which not a single branch was to be seen. However, it is fortunate that there is no scarcity of water. Every day we came once or twice to rivers of various sizes. The town of Mosul did not become visible until we were within about 5 miles. It is situated upon a slight elevation in a very extensive valley, on the west bank of the Tigris, which is already much narrower here than near Baghdad. We arrived about 7 o'clock in the morning. I was fresh and active, although during these 15 days I had only twice had a hot meal, the ink-coloured lamb soup at Kerku and Erbil. Although I had been obliged to remain day and night in the same clothes, and had not even an opportunity of once hanging my linen, not to say anything of the terrific heat, the continual riding, and other fatigues. I first dismounted at the caravanserai, and then procured a guide to the English vice consul, Mr. Rassam, who had already prepared a room for me, as he had been previously informed of my coming by a letter from Major Rawlinson at Baghdad. I first visited the town, which, however, does not present any very remarkable features. It is surrounded by fortified walls, and contains 25,000 inhabitants, among which there are scarcely 12 Europeans. The bazaars are extensive, but not in the least degree handsome. Between them lie several coffee stalls and some chans. I found the entrances to all the houses narrow, low, and furnished with strong gates. These gates are relics of former times, when the people were always in danger from the attacks of enemies. In the interiors there are very beautiful courtyards, and lofty airy rooms, with handsome entrances and bow windows. The doors and window frames, the stairs and walls of the ground floor rooms, are generally made of marble. Though the marble which is used for these purposes is not very fine, yet it still looks better than brick walls. The quarry lies close to the town. Here also the hot part of the day is passed in the sardaps. The heat is most terrible in the month of July, when the burning simum not unfrequently sweeps over the town. During my short stay at Mosul, several people died very suddenly. These deaths were ascribed to the heat. Even the sardaps do not shelter people from continual perspiration, as the temperature rises as high as 97 degrees 25 minutes Fahrenheit. The birds also suffer much from the heat. They open their beaks wide, and stretch their wings out far from the bodies. The inhabitants suffer severely in their eyes, but the Aleppo boils are not so common as in Baghdad, and strangers are not subject to them. I found the heat very oppressive, but in other respects was very well, especially as regards my appetite. I believe that I could have eaten every hour of the day. Probably this was in consequence of the hard diet which I had been obliged to endure on my journey. The principal thing worth seeing at Mosul is the palace, about half a mile from the town. It consists of several buildings and gardens, surrounded with walls which it is possible to see over, as they lie lower than the town. It presents a very good appearance from a distance, but loses on nearer approach. In the gardens stand beautiful groups of trees, which are the more valuable as they are the only ones in the whole neighbourhood. During my stay at Mosul, a large number of Turkish troops marched through. The Pasha rode out a short distance to receive them, and then returned to the town at the head of the foot regiment. The cavalry remained behind, and encamped in tents along the banks of the Tigris. I found these troops incomparably better clothed and equipped than those which I had seen in 1842 at Constantinople. Their uniform consisted of white trousers, blue cloth spencers, with red facings, good shoes, and fez. As soon as I was in some degree recovered from the fatigue of my late journey, I requested my amiable host to furnish me with a servant who should conduct me to the ruins of Nineveh, but instead of a servant, the sister of Mrs. Rassam and a Mr. Ross accompanied me. One morning we visited the nearest ruins on the other side of the Tigris, at the village Nebbi Yunus, opposite the town, and on another day those called Tel Nimrut, which are situated at a greater distance, about 18 miles down the river. According to Strabo, Nineveh was still larger than Babylon. He represents it as having been the largest city in the world. The journey round it occupied 3 days. The walls were 100 feet high, broad enough for 3 chariots abreast, and defended by 1,500 towers. The same authority states that the Assyrian king Ninus was the founder, about 2,200 years before the birth of Christ. The whole is now covered with earth, and it is only when the peasants are ploughing that fragments of brick or marble are here and there turned up. Long ranges of mounds, more or less high, extending over the immeasurable plains on the left bank of the Tigris, are known to cover the remains of this town. In the year 1846, the trustees of the British Museum sent the erudite antiquarian, Mr. Layard, to undertake the excavations. It was the first attempt that had ever been made, and was very successful. Footnote: this is an error. M. Botta made the first attempt to excavate the Nineveh remains at Khorsabad. Mr. Layard had, moreover, commenced his excavations before he received the countenance of the British Museum authorities. See Nineveh, the Buried City of the East, one of the volumes of the National Illustrated Library, for the rectification of this and other errors in Madame Pfeiffer's account. Several excavations were made in the hills near Nebbi Yunus, and apartments were soon reached, whose walls were covered with marble slabs wrought in relief. Those represented kings with crowns and jewels, deities with large wings, warriors with arms and shields, the storming of fortifications, triumphal processions, and hunting parties, etc. They were unfortunately deficient in correct drawing, proportions, or perspective. The mounds and fortifications were scarcely 3 times as high as the besiegers, the fields reached to the clouds, the trees and lotus flowers could scarcely be distinguished from each other, and the heads of men and animals were all alike, and only in profile. On many of the walls were found those wedge-shaped characters, or letters, which constitute what are called cuneiform inscriptions, and are found only on Persian and Babylonian monuments. Among all the rooms and apartments which were brought to light, there was only one in which the walls were covered with fine cement and painted, but notwithstanding the great care, it was not possible to preserve this wall. When it came in contact with the air, the cement cracked and fell off. The marble also is partially converted into lime, and otherwise injured, in consequence of the terrible conflagration which laid the city in ruins. The bricks fall to pieces when they are dug out. From the number of handsome apartments, the abundance of marble, and the paintings and inscriptions upon it, the inference is drawn that this spot contains the ruins of a royal palace. A considerable quantity of marble slabs, with reliefs and cuneiform inscriptions, were carefully detached from the walls and sent to England. When I was at Bassora, a whole cargo of similar remains lay near the Tigris, and among others a sphinx. On our return, we visited the village Nebbi Yunus, which is situated on a slight eminence near the ruins. It is remarkable only on account of a small mosque, which contains the ashes of the prophet Jonas, and to which thousands of devotees make annual pilgrimages. During this excursion we passed a number of fields, in which the people were engaged in separating the corn from the straw in a very peculiar manner. For this purpose a machine was employed, consisting of 2 wooden tubs, between which was fastened a roller, with from 8 to 12 long, broad, and blunt knives or hatchets. This was drawn by 2 horses or oxen over the bundles of corn laid on the ground, until the whole of the corn was separated from the straw. It was then thrown up into the air by means of shovels, so that the chaff might be separated from the grain by the wind. We finally visited the sulphur springs, which lie close to the walls of Mosul. They are not warm, but appear to contain a large quantity of sulphur, as the smell is apparent at a considerable distance. These springs rise in natural basins, which are surrounded by walls 8 feet in height. Every one is allowed to bathe there without any charge, for people are not so niggardly and sparing of nature's gifts as in Europe. Certain hours are set apart for women, and others for the men. On the following day we rode to the mosque Elkosh, near the town. Noah's son, Shem, has found a resting place here. We were not allowed to enter this mosque, but certainly did not lose much by that, as all these monuments are alike, and are not remarkable either for architecture or ornament. The Nineveh excavations are carried on most extensively at Tel Timrut, a district where the mounds of earth are the most numerous. Tel Nimrut is situated about 18 miles from Mosul down the Tigris. We took our seats one moonlight evening upon a raft, and glided down between the dull banks of the Tigris. After 7 hours we landed about 1 o'clock in the morning at a poor village bearing the high-sounding name Nimrut. Some of the inhabitants, who were sleeping before their huts, made us a fire and some coffee, and we then laid down till daybreak upon some rugs we had brought with us. At daybreak we took horses, of which there are plenty in every village, and rode to the excavations, about a mile from Nimrut. We found here a great number of places which had been dug up, or rather uncovered mounds of earth, but not, as at Herculaneum, whole houses, streets, squares, indeed half a town. Nothing beyond separate rooms has been brought to light here, or, at the utmost, 3 or 4 adjoining ones, the exterior walls of which are not in any case separated from the earth, and have neither windows nor doors visible. The objects which have been discovered exactly resemble those in the neighbourhood of Mosul, but occur in greater numbers. Besides these, I saw several idols and sphinxes in stone. The former represented animals with human heads. Their size was gigantic, about that of an elephant. 4 of these statues have been found, 2 of which were, however, considerably damaged. The others were not indeed in very good preservation, although sufficiently so to show that the sculptors did not particularly excel in their profession. The sphinxes were small, and had unfortunately suffered more damage than the bulls. Shortly before my arrival, an obelisk of inconsiderable height, a small and uninjured sphinx, together with other remains, had been sent to England. The excavations near Tel Nimrud have been discontinued about a year, and Mr. Layard has been recalled to London. An order was afterwards given to cover in the places which had been dug open, as the wandering Arabs had begun to do a great deal of injury. When I visited the spot, some places were already covered in, but the greater part remained open. The excavations near Nebi Yunus are still being carried on. An annual grant is made by the British government for this purpose. The English resident at Baghdad, Major Rawlinson, had made himself perfectly master of the cuneiform character. He reads the inscriptions with ease, and many of the translations are the result of his labours. We returned to Mosul on horseback in 5 hours and a half. The power of endurance of the Arabian horses is almost incredible. They were allowed only a quarter of an hour's rest in Mosul, when they had nothing but the water, and then travelled the 18 miles back again during the hottest part of the day. Mr. Ross told me that even this was not equal to the work done by the post horses. The stations for these are from 48 to 72 miles distant from each other. It is possible to travel from Mosul by Tokat to Constantinople in this way. The best Arabian horses are found round Baghdad and Mosul. An agent of the Queen of Spain had just purchased a stud of 12 magnificent horses, 8 mares and 4 stallions, the dearest of which had cost on the spot £150 sterling. They stood in Mr. Rassam's stable. Their handsome, long, slender heads, their sparkling eyes, slight bodies, and their small, delicately formed feet would have filled any admirer of horses with delight. I could now venture, not indeed without considerable risk, although with the possibility of some insult, upon the desired journey into Persia. I sought a caravan to Tebris. Unfortunately, I could not find one which went directly there, and I was therefore compelled to make this journey in separate stages, a circumstance which was so much the worse for me, as I was told that I should not find any Europeans on the way. Nevertheless, I took the chance. Mr. Rassam arranged for me the journey as far as Ravandus, and furnished me with a letter of recommendation to one of the natives there. I wrote out a small lexicon of Arabian and Persian words, and took leave of this hospitable town at sunset, on the 8th of July. I started on this journey with some feelings of anxiety, and scarcely dared to hope for a fortunate termination. On that account I sent my papers and manuscripts from here to Europe, so that in case I was robbed or murdered, my diary would at least come into the hands of my sons. The manuscripts of the journey through Hindustan as far as Mosul miscarried for more than a year and a half. I gave them up as lost. This was the cause of the delay in the publication of my Journey round the World. End of section 34.
Section 20 of A Woman's Journey Around the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zaineb. A Woman's Journey Around the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 20, Persia, Part 1. Journey of the Caravan to Ravandus. Arrival at and stay in Ravandus. A Kurdish family. Continuation of the journey. Bullock, Oromia, American missionaries, Kochi, 3 generous robbers, Persian chans and English bungalows, Arrival at TEBRIS. On the 8th of July the caravan guide called for me in the evening. His appearance was so unfavourable that I should scarcely have ventured to travel a mile with him had I not been assured that he was a man well known in the place. His dress consisted of rags and tatters, and his countenance resembled that of a robber. Ali, that was his name, told me that the travellers and goods had already gone on and were encamped in the Chan near Nabi Yunus, where they were to pass the night. The journey was to be commenced before sunrise. I found 3 men and some pack horses. The men, Kurds, were no better in appearance than Ali, so that I could not promise myself much gratification from their society. I took up my quarters for the night in the dirty courtyard of the Chan, but was too much frightened to sleep well. In the morning, to my astonishment, there were no indication of starting. I asked Ali what was the cause of this, and received as answer that the travellers were not all assembled yet, and that as soon as they were, we should proceed immediately. In the expectation that this might soon happen, I dared not leave the miserable shelter to return to MÓSUL, from which we were only a mile distant. The whole day was spent in waiting. These people did not come until evening. There were 5 of them. One, who appeared to be a wealthy man, with his 2 servants, was returning from a pilgrimage. We started at last about 10 o'clock at night. After travelling for 4 hours, we crossed several ranges of hills, which form the boundaries of Mesopotamia and Kurdistan. We passed several villages and reached Sikani on the morning of the 10th of July. Ali did not halt at the village, which lies on the pretty river Kasser, but on the other side of the river, near a couple of deserted, half-ruined huts. I hastened directly into one of the best to make sure of a good place, where the sun did not come through the sieve-like roof, which I fortunately found, but the pilgrim, who hobbled in directly after me, was inclined to dispute its possession. I threw my mantle down, and seating myself upon it, did not move from the place, well knowing that a Muslim man never uses force towards a woman, not even towards a Christian one. And so it turned out. He left me in my place and went grumbling away. One of the pedlars behaved himself in a very different manner. When he saw that I had nothing for my meal but dry bread, while he had cucumbers and sweet melons, he gave me a cucumber and a melon, for which he would not take any money. The pilgrim also ate nothing else, although he had only to send one of his servants to the village to procure either fowls or eggs, etc. The frugality of these people is really astonishing. About 6 in the evening we again proceeded on our journey, and for the first 3 hours went continually uphill. The ground was waste and covered with boulders, which were full of shallow holes and resembled old lava. Towards 11 at night we entered an extensive and beautiful valley, upon which the moon threw a brilliant light. We purposed halting here and not continuing our journey further during the night, as our caravan was small, and Kurdistan bears a very bad name. The road led over fields of stubble near to stacks of corn. Suddenly, 6 powerful fellows sprang out from behind, armed with stout cudgels, and seizing our horses' reins, raised their sticks and shouted at us terribly. I felt certain that we had fallen into the hands of a band of robbers, and was glad to think that I had left my treasures, which I had collected at Babylon and Nineveh, together with my papers at MÓSUL. My other effects might have been easily replaced. During the time this was passing in my mind, one of our party had sprung from his horse and seized one of the men by the breast, when he held a loaded pistol before his face, and threatened to shoot him. This had an immediate effect. The waylayers relinquished their hold and soon entered into a peaceful conversation with us, and at last indeed showed us a good place to encamp, for which however they requested a small bashish, which was given to them by a general collection. From me, as belonging to the female sex, they required nothing. We passed the night here, though not without keeping guard. 11th July. About 4 o'clock we were again upon the road, and rode 6 hours, when we came to the village of Selek. We passed through several villages, which however had a very miserable appearance. The huts were built of reeds and straw. The slightest gust of wind would have been sufficient to have blown them over. The dress of the people approaches in character to the Oriental. All were very scantily, dirtily, and raggedly clothed. Near Selek, I was surprised by the sight of a fig tree and another large tree. In this country, trees are rare. The mountains surrounding us were naked and barren, and in the valleys there grew at most some wild artichokes or beautiful thistles and chrysanthemums. The noble pilgrim took upon himself to point out my place under the large tree, where the whole party were encamped. I gave him no reply, and took possession of one of the fig trees. Ali, who was far better than he looked, brought me a jug of buttermilk, and altogether today passed off tolerably pleasantly. Several women from the village visited me and begged for money, but I gave them none, as I knew from experience that I should be attacked by all if I gave to one. I once gave a child a little ring, and not only the other children but their mothers and grandmothers crowded around me. It cost me some trouble to keep them from forcibly emptying my pockets. Since that time I was more cautious. One of the women here changed her begging manner into one so threatening that I was heartily glad at not being alone with her. We left this village at 4 in the afternoon. The pilgrim separated from us, and the caravan then consisted of only 5 men. In about an hour and a half we reached an eminence from which we obtained a view of an extensive and well-cultivated hill country. The land in Kurdistan is without comparison better than in Mesopotamia, and the country is consequently better inhabited. We were therefore continually passing through different villages. Before nightfall we entered the valley, which was distinguished for fresh rice plantations, beautiful shrubs, and green reeds. A brisk stream murmured at our side. The heat of the day was now succeeded by the evening shadows, and at this moment we had nothing to wish for. This good fortune, however, did not last long. One of the pedlars was suddenly taken so ill that we were obliged to stop. He nearly fell off his mule, and remained motionless. We covered him with rugs, but beyond that we could not do anything for him, as we had neither medicines nor other remedies with us. Fortunately he fell asleep after a few hours, and we squatted down on the ground and followed his example. 12th July. This morning our patient was well again, a doubly fortunate circumstance, as we had to pass a terribly rocky and stony road. We were obliged to scramble up and down the mountainous side of a valley. As the valley itself was completely occupied by the irregular course of the river Baden, which wound in a serpentine direction from side to side. Pomegranates and oleanders grew in the valley. Wild vines twined themselves round the shrubs and trees, and larches covered the slopes of the hills. After a difficult and dangerous ride of 6 hours, we came to a ford of the river Baden. Our raft turned out to be so small that it would carry only 2 men, and very little baggage, and we were in consequence 4 hours in crossing. We stayed for the night not far from the ferry of Vaughan. 13th July. The road still continued bad. We had to ascend an immense pile of mountains, far and wide. Nothing was to be seen but rock and stone, although to my astonishment I observed that in many places the stones had been gathered on one side, and every little spot of earth made use of. A few dwarf ash trees stood here and there. The whole has the character of the country near Trieste. Although there were no villages on the road, there appeared to be some near, for on many of the heights I observed large burial places, especially on those which are overshadowed by ash trees. It is the custom throughout Kurdistan to establish the burial places on high situations. We did not travel more than 7 hours today, and halted in the valley of Halifan. This little valley has an uncommonly romantic situation. It is surrounded by lofty and beautiful mountains, which rise with a gentle slope on one side, and on the other are steep and precipitous. The whole valley was covered with a rich vegetation. The stubble fields were intersected with tobacco and rice plantation meadows. Poplar trees surrounded the village, which was pleasantly situated at the foot of a hill, and a stream of crystalline clearness rushed forcibly out of mountain chasm, and flowed calmly and still through this delightful valley. Towards evening numerous herds of cows, sheep, and goats came from the mountain slopes towards the village. We encamped at some distance from the village. I could not procure any relish for my dry bread, and had no other bed than the hard ground of a stubble field. Nevertheless, I should include this evening among the most agreeable. The scenery round compensated me sufficiently for the want of every other enjoyment. 14th July. Ali allowed us to rest only half the night. At 2 o'clock we were again mounted. A few hundred paces from our resting place was the entrance of a stupendous mountain pass. The space between the sides of the rocks offered only sufficient room for the stream and a narrow pathway. Fortunately the moon shone out brilliantly, otherwise it would have been scarcely possible for the most practised animal to ascend the narrow and extremely dangerous road between the fallen masses of rocks and rolling stones. Our hardy animals scrambled like chamois along, over the edges of the steep precipices, and carried us with safety past the terrible abyss, at the bottom of which the stream leaped, with frightful roaring from rock to rock. This night scene was so terrible and impressive that even my uncultivated companions were involuntarily silent, mute, and noiseless. We went on our way, nothing breaking the death-like silence but the rattling steps of our animals. We had proceeded about an hour in this way, when the moon was suddenly obscured. Thick clouds gathered round from all sides, and the darkness soon became so great that we could scarcely see a few steps before us. The foremost men continually struck fire so as to light up the path somewhat by the sparks, but this did not help us much. The animals began to slip and stumble. We were compelled to halt, and stood quiet and motionless, one behind the other, as if suddenly changed to stone by magic. Life returned again with daybreak, and we spurred our animals briskly forwards. We were in an indescribably beautiful circle of mountains. At our side lay high cliffs. Before and behind, hills and mountains crowded over each other, and in the far distance an enormous peak covered with snow completed the romantic picture. This mountain pass is called Ali Bag. For 3 hours and a half we continued going uphill without intermission. A short distance before reaching the plateau, we observed in several places small spots of blood, of which nobody at first took much notice, as they might have been caused by a horse or mule that had injured itself. But shortly we came to a place which was entirely covered with large blood spots. This sight filled us with great horror. We looked round anxiously for the cause of these marks, and perceived 2 human bodies far down below. One hung scarcely 100 feet down on the declivity of the rock. The other had rolled further on, and was half buried under a mass of rock. We hastened from this horrible scene as quickly as we could. It was several days before I could free myself from the recollection of it. All the stones on the plateau were full of holes, as if other stones had been stuck in. This appearance ceased as we went further up. In the valley, at the other side of the plateau, there were vines, which however did not rise far above the ground, as they were not supported in any way. Our road continued on through the mountains. We frequently descended, but again had to cross several heights, and finally came out upon a small elevated plain, which on both sides was bounded by steep declivities. A village of huts made of branches was situated on this plain, and on the summits of two neighbouring rocks fortified works were erected. My travelling companions remained behind here, but Ali went with me to the town of Ravandus, which only becomes visible from this side at a very short distance. The situation and view of this town is most charming, not indeed from its beauty, for it is not more remarkable in that respect than other Turkish towns, but on account of its peculiarity. It is situated upon a steep, isolated cone, surrounded by mountains. The houses are built in the form of terraces, one above another, with flat roofs, which are covered with earth stamped down hard, so as to resemble narrow straits, for which they serve to the upper houses, and it is frequently difficult to tell which is straight and which roof. On many of the terraces walls formed of the branches of trees are erected, behind which the people sleep. Lower down, the hill is surrounded by a fortified wall. When I first caught hold of this eagle's nest, I feared that I had not much probability of finding any conveniences for travellers, and every step further confirmed this opinion. Ravandus was one of the most miserable towns I ever saw. Ali conducted me over a beggarly bazaar to a dirty court, which I took for a stable. But was the Chan, and after I had dismounted, took me into a dark recess, in which the merchant to whom I had a letter sat upon the ground before his stall. This merchant was the most considerable of his class in Ravandus. Mr. Mansour, that was the merchant's name, read over the letter which I had brought for full a quarter of an hour, although it only consisted of few lines, and then greeted me with a repeated salam, which means, "You are welcome." The good man must have concluded that I had not tasted any food today, for he very hospitably ordered breakfast immediately, consisting of bread, sheep's cheese, and melons. These were eaten all together. My hunger was so great that I found this plan excellent. I ate without ceasing. The conversation, on the contrary, was not so successful. My host did not understand any European language, nor I any Asiatic language. We made use of signs, and I took pains to make him understand that I was desirous of going on further as soon as possible. He promised to do his utmost for me, and also explained that he would see to me during my stay. He was not married, and therefore could not receive me into his own house, but would take me to one of his relations. After breakfast was ended, he took me to a house resembling those of the Arabs at Kerkil, except that the courtyard was very small and completely filled with rubbish and puddles. Under the doorway, 4 ugly women with half-ragged clothes were seated upon a dirty rug, playing with some little children. I was obliged to sit down with them, and undergo the usual curious examination and staring. For some time I put up with it, but then left this charming society and looked about for a place where I could arrange my toilette a little. I had not changed my clothes for 6 days, having been exposed at the same time to a heat which was far greater than that under the line. I found a dirty and smutty room, which, in addition to the disgust it excited, made me fear the presence of vermin and scorpions. Of the latter I had a particular dread. I thought at first that they were to be found in every place, as I had read in many descriptions of travels that they were innumerable in these countries. My fear lessened afterwards, as I did not meet with any, even in the dirtiest places, in ruins, courtyards, or sardabs. Altogether I only saw 2 during my whole journey, but I suffered a great deal from other vermin, which are only to be removed by burning the clothes and linen. I had scarcely taken possession of this beggarly room, when one woman after the other came in. The women were followed by the children and then by several neighbours, who had heard of the arrival of an Inglesi. I was worse off here than under the gateway. At last one of the women luckily thought of offering me a bath, and I accepted the proposal with great joy. Hot water was prepared, and they made a sign for me to follow them, which I did, and found myself in the sheep's stall, which perhaps had not been cleaned for years, or indeed as long as it had stood. In this place they pushed 2 stones together, upon which I was to stand, and in the presence of the whole company, who followed me like my shadow, allow myself to be bathed with water. I made signs to them to go out, as I wished to perform this office myself. They did indeed leave me, but as misfortune had it, the stall had no door, and they were all able to look in just the same. I passed 4 days among these people, the daytime in dark recesses, the evenings and nights upon the terraces. I was obliged, like my hostess, constantly to squat down on the ground, and when I wanted to write anything I had to make use of my knees instead of a table. Every day they told me there was a caravan going away tomorrow. Alas, they said so only to quiet me. They saw, perhaps, how disagreeable this day was to me. The women lounged about the whole day, sleeping or chattering, playing with or scolding their children. They preferred going about in dirty rags to mending and washing them, and they allowed their children to tyrannize over them completely. When the latter wanted anything and did not get it, they threw themselves on the ground, struck about with their hands and feet, howling and shrieking until they obtained what they desired. They had no fixed meal times during the day, but the women and children were constantly eating bread, cucumbers, melons, and buttermilk. In the evenings they bathed very much, and every one washed their hands, faces, and feet, which ceremony was frequently repeated 3 or 4 times before prayers. But there was a great want of real devotion. In the middle of the prayers they chattered right and left. However, there is not much difference with us. Notwithstanding all these glaring and gross defects, I found these people very amiable. They willingly permitted themselves to be taught, admitted their failings, and always allowed me to be right when I said or explained anything to them. For example, the little Asha, a girl 7 years of age, was very interactable. If she was denied anything, she threw herself on the ground, crying miserably, rolling about in the filth and dirt, and smearing with her dirty hands the bread, melons, etc. I endeavoured to make the child conscious of her misbehaviour, and succeeded beyond all expectation. I, in fact, imitated her. The child looked at me astounded, upon which I asked if it had pleased her. She perceived the offensiveness of her conduct, and I did not often need to imitate her. It was just the same with regard to cleanliness. She immediately washed herself carefully, and then came running joyfully to me, showing her hands and face. During the few days I was here, the child became so fond of me that she would not leave my side, and sought in every way to make friends with me. I was not less fortunate with the women. I pointed out their torn clothes, brought needles and thread, and taught them how to sew and mend. They were pleased with this, and I had in a short time a whole sewing school round me. How much good might be done here by any one who knew the language and had the inclination! Only the parents must be taught at the same time as the children. What a fine field is here open to the missionaries if they would accustom themselves to live among these people, and with kindness and patience to counteract their failings. As it is, however, they devote at the utmost only a few hours in the day to them, and make their converts come to them instead of visiting them in their own houses. The women and girls in the Asiatic countries receive no education. Those in the towns have little or no employment, and are left to themselves during the whole day. The men go at sunrise to the bazaars, where they have their stalls or workshops. The bigger boys go to school or accompany their fathers, and neither return home before sunset. There the husband expects to find the carpets spread out on the terraces, the supper ready, and the nargileh lighted. He then plays a little with the young children, who, however, during mealtime are obliged to keep away with their mothers. The women in the villages have more liberty and amusement, as they generally take part in the housekeeping. It is said that the people in the country here are, as among ourselves, more moral than in the towns. The dress worn by the richer Kurds is the Oriental. That of the common people differs slightly from it. The men wear wide linen trousers, over them a shirt reaching to the hips, and fastened round the waist by a girdle. They frequently draw on over the shirt a jacket without sleeves, made of coarse brown woolen stuff, which is probably cut into strips of hand's breadth, and joined together by broad seams. Others wear trousers of brown stuff instead of white linen. They are, however, extremely ugly, as they are really nothing more than a wide, shapeless sack, with 2 holes through which the feet are put. The coverings for the feet are either enormous shoes of coarsely woven white sheep's wool, ornamented with 3 tassels, or short, very wide boots of red or yellow leather, reaching only just above the ankle and armed with large plates an inch thick. The head dress is a turban. The women wear long white trousers, blue shirts, which frequently reach half a yard over the feet, and are kept up by means of a girdle. A large blue mantle hangs from the back of the neck, reaching down to the calves. They wear the same kind of plaited boots as the men. On their heads they wear either black kerchiefs worn in the manner of a turban, or a red fez, the top of which is very broad, and covered with silver coins arranged in the form of a cross. A coloured silk kerchief is worn round the fez, and a wreath made of short black silk fringe is fastened on the top. This wreath looks like a handsome rich fur trimming, and is so arranged that it forms a coronet, leaving the forehead exposed. The hair falls in numerous thin tresses over the shoulders, and a heavy silver chain hangs down behind from the turban. It is impossible to imagine a headdress that looks better than this. Neither women or girls cover their faces, and I saw here several very beautiful girls with truly noble features. The colour of the skin is rather brown, the eyebrows and lashes were black, and their hair dyed reddish brown with henna. Among the lower orders, small nose rings are sometimes worn here. Mr. Mansour furnished me with a very good table in the morning. I had buttermilk, bread, cucumber, and on one occasion dates roasted in butter, which however was not very palatable. In the evening, mutton and rice, or quodlibet of rice, barley, maize, cucumber, onions, and minced meat. I found it all very good, as I was healthy and had a good appetite. The water and buttermilk are taken very cold, and a piece of ice is always put into them. Ice is to be met with in abundance not only in the towns, but also in every village. It is brought from the mountains in the neighbourhood. The people eat large pieces of it with great relish. In spite of the endeavour of Mr. Mansour and his relations to render my stay bearable, or perhaps indeed pleasant, according to their ideas, I was agreeably surprised when Ali came one morning bringing the news that he had met with a small freight to Soh-Bulak, 70 miles, a place which laid on my road. That same evening I went to the caravansary, and the next morning, 18th July, was on the road before sunrise. Mr. Mansour was to the last very hospitable. He not only gave me a letter to a Persian living in Soh-Bulak, but also provided me with bread for the journey, some melons, cucumbers, and a small bottle of sour milk. The latter was particularly acceptable to me, and I would advise every traveller to remember this nourishing and refreshing drink. Sour milk is put into a small bag of thick linen. The watery part filters through, and the solid part can be taken out with a spoon and mixed with water as desired. In the hot season, indeed, it dries into cheese on the 4th or 5th day. But this also tasted very well, and in 4 or 5 days you come to places where the supply may be renewed. On the first day we passed continually through narrow valleys between lofty mountains. The roads were exceedingly bad, and we were frequently obliged to cross over high mountains to pass from one valley into another. These stony valleys were cultivated as much as was possible. We halted at Chomerichen. 19th July. The road and country was the same as those of yesterday, except that we had more hilly ground to ascend. We very nearly reached the height of the first snow region. Towards evening we came to Raid, a miserable place with a half-ruined citadel. Scarcely had we encamped when several well-armed soldiers, headed by an officer, made their appearance. They spoke for some time with Ali, and at last the officer introduced himself to me, took his place at my side, showed me a written paper, and made several signs. As far as I could understand, he meant to say that I was now in Persia, and that he wanted to see my passport. However, I did not wish to take it out of my portmanteau in the presence of whole of the villagers, who were already assembled round me, and therefore explained to him that I did not understand him. With this assurance he left me, saying to Ali, "What shall I do with her? She does not understand me, and may go on further." Author note 279. I had picked up enough of the language between here and MÓSUL to understand this much. End of author note. I do not think that I should have been so leniently dealt with in any European state. In almost every village a great part of the people immediately assembled round me. The reader may imagine what a crowd had gathered together during this discussion. To be continually stared at in this way was one of the greatest inconveniences of my journey. Sometimes I quite lost my patience when the women and children pressed round me, handling my clothes and head. Although quite alone among them, I gave them several slight blows with my riding whip. This always had the desired effect. The people either went away altogether, or drew back in a ring. But here a boy about 16 was inclined to punish my boldness. As usual, I went to the river to fill my leathern flask, to wash my hands and face, and bathe my feet. This boy slipped after me, picked up a stone, and threatened to throw it at me. I dared not, of course, evince any fear, and I went therefore quite composedly into the river. The stone came flying, although I observed by the way in which it was thrown that he was more desirous of frightening than hitting me. It was not thrown with force, and fell several feet away. After throwing a second and third he went away, perhaps because he saw that I did not heed him. 20th July. Immediately outside Raid we had to ascend a rather considerable mountain by a bad and dangerous road, and then came out upon an extensive elevated plain. We left the high mountains further behind, and headlands were covered with short grass, but there was again a great deficiency of trees. We met great numbers of herds of goats and sheep. The latter were very large, with thick wool and fat tails. The wool is said to be particularly good and fine. My apprehensions on this journey were not quite groundless, as it was seldom that a day passed in an undisturbed quiet. Today, for instance, a circumstance occurred which frightened me not a little. Our caravan consisted of 6 men and 14 pack animals. We were quietly pursuing our way, when suddenly a troop of mounted men came dashing down upon us at full gallop. There were 7 well armed and 5 unarmed. The former carried lances, sabres, daggers, knives, pistols, and shields. They were dressed like the common people, with the exception of the turban, which was wound round with a simple Persian shawl. I thought they had been robbers. They stopped and surrounded us, and then inquired where we came from, where we were going to, and what kind of goods we carried. When they had received an explanation, they allowed us to go on. At first I could not understand the meaning of the proceeding at all, but as we were stopped several times in the course of the day in a similar manner, I concluded that these men were soldiers on duty. We remained at Coromaduda overnight. 21st July. The roads and prospects very similar to those of yesterday. We were again stopped by a troop of soldiers, and this time the affair seemed likely to be of more consequence. Ali must have made some incorrect statements. They took possession of both of his pack animals, threw their loads down on the ground, and one of the soldiers was ordered to lead them away. Poor Ali begged and entreated most pitifully. He pointed to me and said that everything belonged to me, and requested that they should have some compassion with me as a helpless woman. The soldier turned to me and asked if it was true. I did not think it advisable to give myself out as their owner, and therefore appeared not to understand him, but assumed an air of great concern and trouble. Ali, indeed, began to cry. Our position would have been most desperate, for what could we have done with the goods in this barren and uninhabited district without our animals? At last, however, the leader of the party relented, sent after the animals, and returned them to us. Late in the evening we reached the little town of Blanc. As it was not fortified, we could still enter. However, the chans and bazaars were all closed, and we had much trouble to get the people of one of the chans to receive us. It was very spacious and handsome. In the centre was a basin of water, and round it small merchants' stalls and several niches for sleeping. The people, all men, were mostly retired to rest. Only a few remained at their devotions. Their astonishment may be imagined when they saw a woman enter with a guide. It was too late to give my letter today, and I therefore seated myself composedly against the luggage, in the belief that I should have to pass the night so. But a Persian came to me and pointed out a niche to sleep in, carried my luggage there, and after a little while brought me some bread and water. The kindness of this man was the more admirable, as it is known how much the Mohammedans hate the Christians. May God reward him for it. I was truly in want of this refreshment.
Section 36 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 20. Persia, Part 2. The 22nd of July. Today I presented my letter, and the Persian merchant received me with a welcome. He conducted me to a Christian family, and promised to make arrangements for the continuation of my journey as soon as possible. In this instance also the conversation was carried on more by the means of signs than words. There were 20 Christian families in this town, who are under the care of a French missionary, and have a very pretty church. I looked forward with pleasure to conversing again in a language with which I was familiar, but learned that the missionary was on a journey, so that I was not better off than at Ravandus, as the people with whom I lived spoke only Persian. The man whose trade was that of a carpenter had a wife, 6 children, and an apprentice. They all lived in the same room, in which they gave me a place with great readiness. The whole family were uncommonly good and obliging towards me, were very open-hearted, and if I bought fruit, eggs, or anything of that kind, and offered them any, they accepted it with great modesty. But it was not only towards myself that they were so kind, but also towards others. No beggar went away from their threshold unrelieved, and yet this family was terrible, and made my stay a complete purgatory. The mother, a very stupid, scolding woman, bawled and beat her children the whole day. 10 minutes did not pass without her dragging her children about by the hair, or knocking and thumping them. The children were not slow in returning it, and besides that fought among themselves, so that I had not a moment's quiet in my corner, and was not infrequently in danger of coming in for my share, for they amused themselves by spitting and throwing large blocks of wood at each other's heads. The eldest son several times throttled his mother in such a way that she became black and blue in the face. I always endeavoured indeed to establish peace, but it was very seldom that I succeeded, as I was unfortunately not sufficient master of the language to make them understand the impropriety of their conduct. It was only in the evening, when the father returned, that there was any order or peace. They dare not quarrel, much less fight. I never met with such conduct among any people, even the poorest or lowest classes of the so-called heathens or unbelievers. I never saw the children attempt to strike their parents. When I left Sauh Bulak, I wrote a letter for the missionary, in which I directed his attention to the failings of this family, and besought him to counteract them by teaching them that religion does not consist merely in prayers and fasts, in Bible reading and going to church. My stay here was far less bearable than at Ravandus. I daily entreated the Persian merchant to help me to go on further, even if the journey should be attended with some danger. He shook his head and explained to me that there was no caravan going, and if I travelled alone I might expect either to be shot or beheaded. I bore it for 5 days, but it was impossible to do so any longer. I begged the merchant to hire me a horse and a guide, and made up my mind at least to go as far as Oromia, 50 miles, in spite of all dangers or other circumstances. I knew that I should find American missionaries there, and that I should have no more anxiety about proceeding on further. The merchant came on the following day, accompanied by a wild looking man, whom he introduced to me as my guide. I was obliged, in consequence of the danger of travelling without a caravan, to pay 4 times as much, but I was willing to accede to anything to be able to get away. The bargain was made, and the guide pledged himself to start the next morning, and to bring me to Oromia in 3 days. I paid him half of the money in advance, and retained the other half until we came to our journey's end, so as to be able to find him in case he did not keep his agreements. I was partly glad and partly afraid when the contract was concluded, and to overcome my apprehensions I went into the bazaars and walked about outside the town. This town is situated in a small treeless valley near a range of hills. Although I did not wear anything but the isar, I was never annoyed out of doors. The bazaars are less beggarly than those at Ravandus. The khan is large and comfortable. I found the appearance of the common people very repulsive. Tall and strongly built, with marked features, which were still more disfigured by an expression of wildness and ferocity, they all appeared to me like robbers or murderers. In the evening I put my pistols in proper order, and made up my mind not to sell my life cheaply. The 28th of July. Instead of leaving Sauh Bulak at sunrise, I did not start until towards midday. I travelled on with my guide through desolate roads between treeless hills, and trembled involuntarily when anyone met us. However, thank God, there were no adventures to go through. We had to fight indeed, but only with tremendous swarms of large grasshoppers, which flew up in some places in clouds. They were about 3 inches long, and were furnished with large wings of a red or blue colour. All the plants and grass in the district were eaten away. I was told that the natives catch these grasshoppers and dry and eat them. Unluckily, I never saw any such dish. After a ride of 7 hours, we came to a large, fruitful, and inhabited valley. Today's journey seemed to promise a favourable termination, for we were now in an inhabited neighbourhood, and frequently passed villages. Some peasants were still working here and there in the fields. Their appearance greatly amused me. They wore the high black Persian caps, which were comically contrasted with their ragged dress. We remained in this valley overnight at the village Mahomet Jur. If I had not been too idle, I might have had an excellent meal of turtle. I saw several of them on the road by the brooks, and even in the fields, and had only to pick them up. But then to hunt for wood, make a fire, and cook! No, I preferred eating a crust of bread and a cucumber in quiet. The 29th of July. This morning we reached, in 3 hours, the village of Mahomet Shar. To my astonishment, my driver made preparations for stopping here. I urged him to continue the journey, but he explained to me that he could not go any further without a caravan, as the most dangerous part of the journey was now before us. At the same time he pointed to some dozens of horses in an adjoining stubble field, and endeavoured to make me understand that in a few hours a caravan was going our way. The whole day passed, and the caravan did not appear. I thought that my guide was deceiving me, and was exceedingly irritated when, in the evening, he arranged my mantle on the ground for me to sleep. It was now necessary that I should make a strenuous effort to show the fellow that I would not be treated like a child, and remain here as long as he thought fit. Unfortunately I could not scold him in words, but I picked up my mantle and threw it at his feet, and explained to him that I would keep the remainder of the fare if he did not bring me to Oromia tomorrow on the third day. I then turned my back to him, one of the greatest slights, seated myself on the ground, and resting my head in my hands, gave myself up to the most melancholy reflections. What should I have done here if my guide had left me, or had thought fit to remain until a caravan happened to pass by? During my dispute with the guide, some women had come up from the village. They brought me some milk and some hot food, seated themselves by me, and inquired what I was so troubled about. I endeavoured to explain the whole affair. They understood me and took my part. They were vexed with my guide, and endeavoured to console me. They did not stir from me, and pressed me so heartily to partake of their food that I found myself compelled to eat some. It consisted of bread, eggs, butter, and water, which were boiled up together. Notwithstanding my trouble, I enjoyed it very much. When I offered the good people a trifle for this meal, they would not take it. They seemed gratified that I was more at ease. The 30th of July. About 1 o'clock at night my guide began to stir himself, saddled my horse, and called me to mount. Still I was at a loss to understand his proceedings, for I saw no signs of a caravan. Could he mean to take his revenge on me? Why did he travel at night through a country which he ought to have chosen daytime for? I did not understand enough Persian to be able to obtain an explanation, and did not wish to say anything more to the fellow about not keeping his contract, so I was obliged to go, and I did go. With great anxiety I mounted my horse and ordered my guide, who was inclined to ride behind, to go on in front. I had no mind to be attacked from behind, and kept my hand constantly on my pistols. I listened to every sound, watched every movement of my guide, even the shadow of my own horse sometimes scared me. However, I did not turn back. After a sharp ride of about half an hour, we came up with a large caravan train, which was guarded by half a dozen well-armed peasants. It really appeared that the place was very dangerous, and that my guide had been acquainted with the passing of a caravan. Nothing caused me more surprise on this occasion than the indolence of these people. As they are accustomed to travel in the night during the hot season, they also continue the custom at other times, and pass through the most dangerous places, although the danger would be much less during the day. After some hours we came to the lake Oromia, which henceforth continued on our right side. On the left lay barren hills, ravines, and mountains, extending for some miles, forming a most dreaded place. Morning brought us into another beautiful fruitful valley, studded with villages, the sight of which gave me courage to leave the caravan and hasten on. The lake Oromia, from which the town takes its name, is more than 60 miles long, and in many places more than 30 wide. It appears closely surrounded by lofty mountains, although considerable levels intervene. Its water contains so much salt that neither fish nor mollusca can live in it. It is a second Dead Sea. It is said that a human body cannot sink in it. Large patches of the shore are covered with thick, white saline incrustations, so that the people have only to separate the salt they want from the ground. Although the lake and the country round it are very beautiful, they do not present a very attractive prospect, as the surface of the lake is not enlivened by any boats. Since I had left the sandy deserts round Baghdad, I had not seen any camels, and thought that I should not see this animal again as I was travelling northwards. To my astonishment we met several trains of camels, and I learned afterwards that these animals were used as beasts of burden by the Kurds, as well as by the Arabs. This is a proof that they are able to bear a colder climate, for in winter the snow drifts to a depth of several feet in the valleys. The camels in these districts are somewhat more robust, their feet are thicker, their hair closer and longer, their necks longer and not nearly so slender, and their colour darker. I did not see any light coloured ones. The Kurds of the valley employ beasts of burden for carrying their crops, as well as waggons, which are however very simple and clumsy. The body is formed of several long thin stems of trees bound together, the axles of shorter stems, with discs of thick board for wheels, of which each waggon has generally only 2. 4 oxen are yoked to these, each pair being led by a guide, who sits very oddly on the shaft between the yoke, with his back towards them. Later in the evening we reached Oromia safely, after a hard ride of more than 16 hours. I had no letters to any of the missionaries, and with the exception of Mr. Wright, they were all absent. They lived with their wives and children in the country. However, Mr. Wright received me with true Christian friendship, and after many disagreeable days I again found comfort. The first evening I laughed heartily when Mr. Wright told me in what manner the servant had informed him of my arrival. As I did not know enough of Persian to be able to tell the servant to announce me, I merely pointed to the stars. He understood this, and went up to his master, saying that there was a woman below who could not speak any language. Afterwards I asked a servant for a glass of water, in English. He rushed upstairs as if he had been possessed, not as I thought to get what I wanted, but to tell his master that I spoke English. Mr. Wright acquainted the other missionaries of my presence, and they were so good as to come and visit me. They also invited me to spend a few days with them in the country, but I accepted their friendly invitation for 1 day only, as I had already lost so much time on the road. They all advised me not to go any further alone, although they admitted that the most dangerous part of the journey was past, and recommended me to take with me some armed peasants when passing the mountains near Kuchi. Mr. Wright was so good as to look out for a courageous and trusty guide. I paid double fare, in order to reach Tebris in 4 instead of 6 days. In order to make the guide think that I was a poor pilgrim, I gave Mr. Wright the half of the agreed price, and begged him to pay it instead of myself, and also to say that he would be paid the other half by Mr. Stevens, the English consul. I made as good use as possible of the day which I passed at Oromia. In the morning I visited the town, and afterwards I visited with Mr. Wright several rich and poor families, in order to observe their mode of life. The town contains 22,000 inhabitants, is surrounded by walls, but not closed by gates. It is possible to pass in and out at any hour of the night. It is built like all Turkish towns, with this exception, that the streets are rather broad and kept clean. Outside the town are numerous large fruit and vegetable gardens, which are surrounded by very high walls. Pretty dwelling houses stand in the centre of the gardens. The women here go closely veiled. They cover over their heads and breasts with a white kerchief, in which thick impenetrable network is inserted, at the places opposite the eyes. In the houses of the poorer classes 2 or 3 families live under one roof. They possess little more than straw mats, blankets, pillows, and a few cooking utensils, not to forget a large wooden box in which the meal, their chief property, is kept. Here, as everywhere else, where corn is cultivated, bread is the principal food of the common people. Each family bakes twice daily, morning and evening. Many of the small houses have very pretty courts, which are planted with flowers, vines, and shrubs, and look like gardens. The dwellings of the wealthy are lofty, airy, and spacious. The reception rooms have a large number of windows, and are covered with carpets. I saw no divans. People always lie upon the carpets. As we made the visits without being invited, we found the women in very plain coloured cotton dresses, of course made in their own fashion. In the afternoon I rode with the missionaries to their large country house, which is situated about 6 miles from the town, on some low hills. The valley through which we rode was very large, and altogether well cultivated and delightful. Although it is said to lie about 4,000 feet above the level of the sea, cotton, castor oil plants, vines, tobacco, and every kind of fruit grow here as in South Germany. The castor oil plant, indeed, is not more than 4 feet high, and the cotton but 1 foot. They produce, however, rather abundantly. Several villages are half hid in orchards. I came into this country at a fortunate time. There were beautiful peaches, apricots, apples, grapes, etc., true fruits of my native country, of which I had long been deprived. The house of the Missionary Society is most charmingly situated. It commands a view of the whole valley, the town, the low range of hills, and the mountains. The house itself is large, and furnished with every possible convenience, so that I thought I was in a country house of wealthy private people, and not under the roof of simple disciples of Christ. There were 4 women here, and a whole troop of children, great and small. I passed several very pleasant hours among them, and was heartily sorry that I was obliged to take leave of them at 9 in the evening. Several native girls were also introduced to me, who were educated as the wives of the missionaries. They spoke and wrote a little English, and were well acquainted with geography. I cannot avoid on this occasion making some observations with regard to the missionaries, whose mode of life and labours I had frequent opportunities of observing during my journey. I met with missionaries in Persia, China, and India, and everywhere found them living in a very different manner to what I had imagined. In my opinion, the missionaries were almost, if not complete, martyrs, and I thought that they were so absorbed with zeal and the desire to convert the heathen, that, like the disciples of Christ, quite forgetting their comforts and necessaries, they dwelt with them under one roof, and ate from one dish, etc. Alas! These were pictures and representations which I had gathered out of books. In reality the case was very different. They lead the same kind of life as the wealthy, which are fitted up with luxurious furniture and every convenience. They recline upon easy divans, while their wives preside at the tea table, and the children attack the cakes and sweetmeats heartily. Indeed, their position is pleasanter and freer from care than that of most people. Their occupation is not very laborious, and their income is certain, whatever may be the national or political condition of their country. In places where several missionaries reside, meetings are held 3 or 4 times a week. These meetings, or assemblies, are supposed to be for the transaction of business, but are not much other than soirées, at which the ladies and children make their appearance in elegant full dress. One missionary receives his friends at breakfast, a second at dinner, the third at tea. Several equipages and a number of servants stand in the courtyard. Business is also attended to. The gentlemen generally retire for half an hour or so, but the greater part of the time is passed in mere social amusement. I do not think that it can be easy to gain the confidence of the natives in this way. Their foreign dress and elegant mode of life make the people feel too strongly the difference of rank, and inspire them with fear and reserve rather than confidence and love. They do not so readily venture to look up to people of wealth and rank, and the missionaries have consequently to exert themselves for some time until the timidity is overcome. The missionaries say that it is necessary to make this appearance in order to create an impression and command respect, but I think that respect may be inspired by noble conduct, and that virtue will attract men more than external splendor. Many of the missionaries believe that they might effect a great deal by preaching and issuing religious tracts in the native language in the towns and villages. They give the most attractive report of the multitude of people who crowd to hear their preaching and receive their tracts, and it might reasonably be thought that, according to their representations, at least half of their hearers would become converts to Christianity. But unfortunately, the listening and receiving tracts is as good as no proof at all. Would not Chinese, Indian, or Persian priests have just as great troops of hearers if they appeared in their respective national costume in England or France, and preached in the language of these countries? Would not people flock round them? Would they not receive the tracts given out gratis, even if they could not read them? I have made the minutest inquiries in all places respecting the results of missions, and have always heard that a baptism is one of the greatest rarities. The few Christians in India, who here and there form villages of 20 or 30 families, have resulted principally from orphan children, who had been adopted and brought up by the missionaries. But even these require to be supplied with work, and comfortably attended to, in order to prevent them from falling back into their superstition. Preaching and tracts are insufficient to make religious doctrine understandable, or to shake the superstitions which have been imbibed in infancy. Missionaries must live among the people as fathers or friends, labour with them, in short, share their trials and pleasures, and draw them towards them by an exemplary and unpretending mode of life, and gradually instruct them in a way which they are capable of understanding. They ought not to be married to Europeans for the following reasons. European girls, who are educated for missionaries, frequently make this their choice only that they be provided for as soon as possible. If a young European wife has any children, if she is weak or delicate, they are unable to attend any longer to their calling, and require a change of air, or even a journey to Europe. The children also are weak, and must be taken there at latest in their 7th year. Their father accompanies them, and makes use of this pretext to return to Europe for some time. If it is not possible to undertake this journey, they go to some mountainous country where it is cooler, or he takes his wife and family to visit a Mela. Note: Mela is the name of the Indian religious festivals at which thousands of people assemble. End of note. The missionaries frequently travel hundreds of miles to them in order to preach to the people. At the same time it must be remembered that these journeys are not made in a very simple manner, as mine has been for instance. The missionary surrounds himself with numerous conveniences. He has palanquins carried by men, pack horses or camels, with tents, beds, culinary and table utensils, servants and maids in sufficient number. And who pays for all this? Frequently poor credulous souls in Europe and North America, who often deny themselves the necessaries of life, that their little savings may be squandered in this way in distant parts of the world. If the missionaries were married to natives, the greater part of these expenses and requirements would be unnecessary, there would be few sick wives, the children would be strong and healthy, and would not require to be taken to Europe. Schools might be established here and there for their education, although not in such a luxurious manner as those in Calcutta. I hope that my views may not be misunderstood. I have great respect for missionaries, and all whom I have known were honorable men and good fathers. I am also convinced that there are many learned men among them, who make valuable contributions to history and philosophy, but whether they thus fulfil their proper object is another question. I should consider that a missionary has other duties than those of a philosopher. For my own part, I can only express my obligations to the missionaries. Everywhere they showed me the greatest kindness and affection. Their mode of life certainly struck me, because I involuntarily associate with the name missionary those men who at first went out into the world without support to diffuse the doctrines of Christ, taking nothing with them but a pilgrim's staff. Before concluding my description of Oromia, I must remark that this neighborhood is considered to be the birthplace of Zoroaster, who is said to have lived 5,500 years before the birth of Christ, and was the founder of the sect of Magi, or fire worshippers. On the 1st of August, I rode 10 hours to the village of Kuchi, which lies near the lake Oromia. We seldom caught sight of the lake, although we were always very near to it all day. We passed through large, fertile villages, which would have presented a charming prospect if they had not been situated between barren and naked hills and mountains. I had not enjoyed so pleasant a day during the whole journey from MOSUL or from Baghdad. My guide was a remarkably good fellow, very attentive to me, and provided everything carefully when we reached Kuchi. He took me to a very cleanly peasant's cottage, among some excellent people. They immediately laid down a nice carpet for me on a small terrace, brought me a basin of water to wash, and a quantity of large black mulberries on a lacquered plate. Afterwards I had some strong soup with meat, fat, sour milk, and good bread, all in clean vessels. But what was better than all, the people retired as soon as they set the food before me, and did not stare at me as if I was a strange animal. When I offered to pay these good people, they would not take anything. I had no opportunity of rewarding them until the following morning, when I took 2 men of the family as guards across the mountains, and gave them twice as much as they are generally paid. They thanked me with touching cordiality, and wished me safety and good fortune on my journey. The 2nd of August. It occupied 3 hours to pass the most dangerous part of these desolate mountains. My 2 armed men would not, indeed, have afforded me much protection against a band of robbers, although they were the means of making the journey less terrible than it would have been if I had gone with my old guide alone. We met several large caravans, but all going towards Oromia. When we had crossed the mountains, the 2 men left us. We entered into enormous valleys, which seemed to have been forgotten by nature and deserted by man. In my opinion, we were not in any degree out of danger. And I was right, for as we were passing 3 ruined cottages in this barren valley, several fellows rushed up upon us, laid hold of our horses' reins, and commenced rummaging my luggage.
I expected nothing but an order to dismount, and already saw my little property lost. They talked with my guide, who told them the tale I had imposed upon him, that I was a poor pilgrim, and that the English consul or missionaries paid all my travelling expenses. My dress, the smallness of my baggage, and being alone, agreed perfectly with this. They believed him and my silent supplicative look, and let me go. They even asked me if I would have some water, of which there was a scarcity in these villages. I begged them for a draught, and so we parted good friends. Nevertheless, I was for some time fearful that they might repent their generosity and follow us. We came to the shores of the lake again today, and continued to travel for some time at its side. After a ride of 14 hours, we rested at a khan in the village of Xiph valley. The 3rd of August. The oppressive sense of fear was now at an end. We passed through peaceful inhabited valleys, where the people were working in the fields, carrying home corn, tending cattle, etc. During the hot noon hours we rested at Dize Halil, a rather considerable town, with very clean streets. The principal street is intersected by a clear brook, and the courtyards of the houses resemble gardens. Here also I saw outside the town a great number of very large gardens surrounded by high walls. From a number of khans this town would appear to be very much visited. In the small street through which we passed I counted more than half a dozen. We dismounted at one of them, and I was quite astonished at the conveniences which I found there. The stalls were covered, the sleeping places for the drivers were on pretty walled terraces, and the rooms for travellers, although destitute of all furniture, were very clean, and furnished with stoves. The khans were open to every one, and there is nothing to pay for using them. At the utmost, a small trifle is given to the overseer, who provides the travellers' meals. In this respect, the Persians, Turks, and the so-called uncultivated people are much more generous than we are. In India, for example, when the English build bungalows, travellers must pay a rupee per night, or even for an hour, which does not include any provision for the driver or the animals. They are obliged to take their rest in the open air. The travellers who are not Christians are not allowed to come into most of those bungalows at all. In a few they are admitted, but only when the rooms are not required by a Christian. If, however, one should arrive at night, the poor unbeliever is obliged to turn out for him without pity. This humane custom extends also to the open bungalows, which consist only of a roof and 3 wooden walls. In the countries of the unbelievers, however, those who come first have the place, whether they are Christians, Turks, or Arabs. Indeed, I am firmly convinced that if all the places were occupied by unbelievers, and a Christian was to come, they would make room for him. In the afternoon we went as far as Ali Shah, a considerable place with a handsome khan. We here met with 3 travellers, who were also going to Tebris. My guide agreed to travel with them, and that we should start at night. Their society was not very agreeable to me, for they were well armed, and looked very savage. I should have preferred waiting until daybreak, and going without them, but my guide assured me that they were honest people, and trusting more to my good fortune than his word, I mounted my horse about 1 o'clock at night. I soon lost my fear, for we frequently met small parties of 3 or 4 persons, who would scarcely have ventured to travel at night if the road had been dangerous. Large caravans also of several hundred camels passed us and took up the road in such a way that we were obliged to wait for half an hour to allow them to pass. Towards noon we entered a valley in which lay a town which was certainly large, but of such an unpretending appearance that I did not at once inquire what was its name. The nearer we approached, the more ruined it appeared. The walls were half fallen, the streets and squares full of heaps of rubbish, and many of the houses were in ruins. It seemed as if a pestilence or an enemy had destroyed it. At last I asked its name, and could hardly believe that I had understood it rightly when I was told that it was Tebris. My guide conducted me to the house of Mr. Stevens, the English consul, who, to my vexation, was not in the town, but 10 miles away in the country. A servant, however, told me that he would go directly to a gentleman who could speak English. In a very short time he came, and his first questions were: "How did you come here alone? Have you been robbed? Have you parted from your company, and only left them in the town?" But when I gave him my pass, and explained everything to him, he appeared scarcely to believe me. He thought it bordered upon the fabulous that a woman should have succeeded, without any knowledge of the language, in penetrating through such countries and such people. I also could not be too thankful for the evident protection which Providence had afforded me. I felt myself as happy and lively as if I had taken a new lease of my life. Dr. Cassolani showed me to some rooms in Mr. Stephen's house, and said that he would immediately send a messenger to him, and I might meanwhile make known my wants to him. When I expressed to him my astonishment at the miserable appearance and ugly entrance to this town, the second in the country, he told me that the town could not be well seen from the side at which I came in, and that the part which I saw was not considered the town, but was chiefly old, and, for most part, deserted. Section 36.
Section 37 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kyle Stadelhofer. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 21. Sojourn in TEBRIS. Description of the town, period of fasting, Bemin Mirza, anecdotes of the Persian government, introduction to the viceroy and his wife, Bemin Mirza's wife, visit to a Persian lady, persecution of the lower classes, of the Christians and of the Jews, departure. Tebris or Taurus is the capital of the province of Azerbaijan, and the residence of the successor of the throne of Persia, who bears the title of viceroy. It is situated in a treeless valley in the rivers of Piatcha and Achi, and contains 160,000 inhabitants. The town is handsomer than Teheran or Isfahan, possesses a number of silk looms and leather manufactories, and is said to be one of the principal seats of Asiatic commerce. The streets are tolerably broad, and are also kept clean. There is in each an underground water canal with openings at regular intervals, for the purpose of dipping out water. There is no more to be seen of the houses than in any other Oriental town. Lofty walls with low entrances, without windows, and with the fronts always facing the courtyards, which are planted with flowers and small trees, and generally adjoining a beautiful garden. The reception rooms are large and lofty, with whole rows of windows, forming a complete wall of glass. The decoration of the room is not elegant, generally nothing beyond some few carpets. European furniture and articles of luxury are rare. There are no handsome mosques, palaces, or monuments, either ancient or modern, with the exception of the partly ruined mosque of Ali Shah, which, however, will not bear comparison in any respect with those in India. The new bazaar is very handsome. Its lofty broad covered streets and passages forcibly called to my remembrance the bazaar at Constantinople, but it had a more pleasant appearance as it is newer. The merchants' stalls also are larger, and the wares, although not magnificent and rich, as some travelers represent, are more tastefully displayed and can be more easily overlooked, especially the carpets, fruits, and vegetables. The cook's shops also looked very inviting, and the various dishes seemed so palatable that I could have sat down with pleasure and partaken of them. The shoe department, on the contrary, presented nothing attractive. There were only goods of the plainest description exposed, while in Constantinople the most costly shoes and slippers, richly embroidered with gold, and even ornamented with pearls and precious stones, are to be seen under glass cases. I had arrived at Tebris at a rather unfavorable time, namely the fast month. From sunrise to sunset nothing is eaten. Nobody leaves the house. There are neither visits nor company. indeed nothing but praying. This ceremony is so strictly observed that invalids frequently fall victims to it, as they will take neither medicine nor food during the day. They believe that if they were to eat only a mouthful, they would forfeit the salvation to be obtained by fasting. Many of the more enlightened make an exception to this custom in case of illness. However, in such an instance, the physician must send a written declaration to the priest, in which he explains the necessity of taking medicine and food. If the priest puts his seal to this document, pardon is obtained. I am not aware whether this granting of indulgences was taken by the Mohammedans from the Christians, or the reverse. Girls are obliged to keep these fasts after their 10th year, and boys after their 15th. It was to the courteousness of Dr. Castellani and his intimacy with some of the principal families in TEBRIS that I was indebted for my introduction to them, and even for my presentation at court, notwithstanding the strict observances of the fast. There was no viceroy in TEBRIS until about 6 months since, but only a governor. The present reigning Shach, Nesr-i-Din, raised the province of Azerbaijan to a viceroyalty, and decreed that every eldest son of the future inheritor of the empire should reside here as viceroy until he came to the throne. The last governor of Tabriz, Bahman Mirza, the Shach's brother, was a remarkably intelligent and just man. He brought the province of Azerbaijan into a flourishing condition in a few years, and everywhere established order and security. This soon excited the envy of the prime minister, Hagi Mirza Agassi. He urged the Shach to recall his brother, and represented to him that he would engage the affections of the people too much, and that he might at least make himself king. For a long time since, the Shach paid no attention to these insinuations, for he loved his brother sincerely, but the minister did not rest until he had attained his wishes. Bahman Mirza, who knew all that was going on at court, hastened to Teheran for the purpose of exculpating himself before the Shach. The latter assured him of his love and confidence, and told him candidly that he might retain his office if the minister would consent to it, and recommended him to endeavor to gain his favor. Bahman Mirza learnt, however, through his friends, that the minister entertained an inveterate hatred towards him, and that he ran the risk of being deprived of his sight, or even made away with altogether. They advised him to lose no time, but quit the country immediately. He followed their advice, returned quickly to Tabriz, gathered his valuables together, and fled with a part of his family to the neighboring Russian dominions. Having arrived there, he appealed to the Emperor of Russia by letter, soliciting his protection, which was magnanimously afforded to him. The emperor wrote to the Shach declaring that the prince was no longer a Persian subject, and that therefore every persecution of himself or his family must cease. He also provided him with a pretty palace near Tiflis, sent him costly presents, and, as I was informed, allowed him a yearly pension of 20,000 ducats. It may be seen from the circumstances that the minister completely governed the Shach. Indeed, he succeeded to such an extent that the Shach honored him as a prophet, and unconditionally carried out all his suggestions. He was, on an occasion, desirous of effecting some very important object. He told the Shach, at a morning visit, that he woke in the night and felt himself being carried upwards. He went up higher and higher, and finally entered heaven, where he saw and spoke with the king's father, who requested him to describe the government of his son. The deceased king was greatly rejoiced to hear of his good conduct, and recommended that he should continue to go on thus. The delighted king, who had cordially loved his father, did not cease from asking further questions, and the artful minister always contrived to bring at the end of his answers, "It was only this or that thing that his father wished to see done," and of course the good son fulfilled his father's wishes, not for one moment doubting the assertions of his minister. The king is said to be rather passionate, and when in such a state of mind will order the immediate execution of an offender. The minister, on the other hand, possesses at least enough sense of justice to endeavor to stay the sentence of death upon men whom he does not fear. He has therefore given orders that when such a circumstance occurs, he is to be sent for immediately, and that the preparations for the execution are to be delayed until he comes. He makes his appearance then, as if accidentally, and asks what is going on. The enraged sovereign tells him that he is about to have an offender executed. The minister agrees with him completely, and steps to the window to consult the sky, clouds, and sun. Presently he cries out that it would be better to postpone the execution until the following day, as the clouds, sun, or sky at the present moment are not favorable to it, and that some misfortune to the king might probably result from it. In the meanwhile the king's rage abates, and he consents that the condemned should be taken away, and generally that he shall be set free the next morning while the affair is forgotten. The following circumstance is also interesting. The king had once a particular hatred for one of his town governors, and ordered him to the capital, with the intention of having him strangled. The minister, who was a friend of the governor, was desirous of saving him, and did so in the following manner. He said to the king, "Sire, I bid you farewell. I am going to Mecca." The king, greatly grieved the prospect of losing his favorite for so long. The journey to Mecca takes at least a year. Hastily asked the reason of his making this journey. "You know, sire, that I am childless, and that I have adopted the governor, whom you wish to have executed. I shall then lose my son, and I wish to fetch another from Mecca." The king answered that he knew nothing of this, but as such was the case, he would not have him executed, but allow him to retain his office. The king has a great affection for his mother. When she visited him, he always rose and continued standing while she sat down. The minister was much annoyed at this mark of respect, and said to him, "You are king, and your mother must stand before you," and he ultimately succeeded according to his wish. If, however, the king's mother comes at a time when the minister is not present, her son pays her this respect. He then gives strict orders to his people not to say anything to the minister. I was told these things and other things by a very trustworthy person, and they may serve to give my readers some slight idea of the system of government in Persia. I was presented to the viceroy a few days after my arrival. I was conducted one afternoon by Dr. Kossolani to one of the royal summer houses. The house was situated in a small garden, which was surrounded by another larger one, both enclosed by very high walls. In the outer garden there were, besides the meadow and fruit trees, nothing deserving of much notice, except a number of tents in which the military were encamped. The soldiers wore the usual Persian dress, with the single exception that the officers on duty had a sword, and the soldiers a musket. They only appear in uniform on the most rare occasions, and then they are in some respects like European soldiers. Several eunuchs received us at the entrance of the small garden. They conducted us to an unpretending-looking house, 1 story high, at the end of a field of flowers. I should never have looked for the country seat of the successor to the Persian throne in this house, but such it was. At the narrow entrance of the little house were 2 small flights of stairs, one of which led to the reception room of the viceroy, the other to that of his wife. The doctor entered the former, and several female slaves took me to the viceroy's wife. When I reached the top of the stairs, I took off my shoes and entered a small, comfortable room, the walls of which consisted almost entirely of windows. The viceroy's wife, who was only 15 years of age, sat upon a plain easy chair. Not far from her stood a middle-aged woman, the duenna of the harem, and an easy chair was placed for me opposite the princess. I was fortunate enough to be remarkably well received. Dr. Kossolany had described me as an authoress, adding that I intended to publish the experiences of my journey. The princess inquired whether I should mention her also, and when she was answered in the affirmative, she determined to show herself in full dress, in order to give me an idea of the gorgeous and costly dress of her country. The young princess wore trousers of thick silk, which were so full of plaits that they stood out stiff, like the hoops of petticoats of our good old times. These trousers are from 25 and 20 yards wide, and reach down to the ankle. The upper part of the body was covered as far as the hips by a bodice, which however did not fit close to the body. The sleeves were long and narrow. The corset resembled that of the time of the hooped petticoats. It was made of thick silk, richly and tastefully embroidered round the corners with colored silk and gold. A very short white silk chemise was to be seen under the corset. On her head she wore a three-cornered white kerchief, extending in front round the face, and fastened under the chin. Behind it fell down as far as the shoulders. This kerchief was also very handsomely embroidered with gold and silk. The jewelry consisted of precious stones and pearls of great purity and size, but they had not much effect, as they were not set in gold, but simply perforated and strung upon gold thread, which was fastened above the kerchief and came down under the chin. The princess had on black silk open-worked gloves, over which were several finger rings. Round the wrists sparkled costly bracelets of precious stones and pearls. On her feet she wore white silk stockings. She was not remarkably beautiful. Her cheekbones were rather too prominent, but altogether her appearance was very attractive. Her eyes were large, handsome, and intellectual, her figure pretty, and her age 15 years. Her face was a very delicate white and red, and the eyebrows were covered with blue streaks, which, in my opinion, rather disfigured than adorned them. On the temple a little of her brilliant black hair was to be seen. Our conversation was carried on by signs. Dr. Kossolany, who spoke Persian very well, was not allowed to cross the threshold today, and the princess had received me, consequently, unveiled. During this stupid interview, I found time enough to look at the distant view from the windows. It was here that I first saw how extensive the town was, and what an abundance of gardens it possessed. The latter are, indeed, its particular ornament, for it contains no fine buildings, and the large valley in which it lies, together with the mountains round, are naked and barren, and present no attractions. I expressed my surprise at the great size of the town and the number of gardens. Towards the end of the audience, a quantity of fruits and sweetmeats were brought, of which, however, I alone partook, it being fast time. Leaving the princess, I was conducted to her husband, the viceroy. He was 17, and received me seated upon an easy-chair at a bow window. I had to thank my character of authoress that a chair was placed ready for me. The walls of the large room were panelled with wood, and ornamented with several mirrors, gilt work, and oil paintings of heads and flowers. In the middle of the saloon stood two large empty bedsteads. The prince wore a European dress, trousers of fine white cloth with broad gold lace, a dark blue coat, the collar, facings, and corners of which were richly embroidered with gold, white silk gloves and stockings. His head was covered by a Persian fur cap nearly a yard high. This is not, however, his ordinary dress. He is said to change his mode of dressing oftener than his wife, and sometimes to wear the Persian costume, sometimes to envelop himself in cashmere shawls, as his fancy may be. I should have supposed that he was at least 22. He has a pale, tawny complexion, and altogether no attractive, amiable, or intellectual expression. Never looks straightforward and openly at you, and his glance is savage and repulsive. I pitied in my mind all those who were his subjects. I would rather be the wife of a poor peasant than his favourite princess. The prince put several questions to me, which Dr. Kossolani, who stood a few paces from us, interpreted. They were nothing remarkable, chiefly commonplace about my journey. The prince can read and write in his mother tongue, and has, as I was told, some idea of geography and history. He receives a few European newspapers and periodicals from which the interpreter has to make extracts and read to him. His opinion of the great revolutions of the time was, that the European monarchs might have been very good, but they were most remarkably stupid to allow themselves to be so easily driven from the throne. He considered that the result would have been very different if they had had plenty of people strangled. As far as regards execution and punishment, he far exceeds his father, and unfortunately has no controlling minister at his side. His government is said to be that of a child. One moment he orders something to be done, and an hour afterwards countermands it. But what can be expected from a youth of 17, who has received little or no education, was married at 15, and 2 years afterward takes the unlimited control of a large province with the revenue of 1,000,000 tomans, and with every means of gratifying his desires? The prince has at present only one regular wife, although he is allowed to have 4. However, he has no scarcity of handsome female friends. It is the custom in Persia that when the king, or the successor of the throne, hears that any one of his subjects has a handsome daughter or sister, he demands her. The parents or relations are greatly rejoiced at this command, for if the girl is really handsome, she is, in any case, well provided for. If, after some time, she no longer pleases the king or prince, she is married to some minister or rich man. But if she has a child, she is immediately considered as the king's or prince's acknowledged wife, and remains permanently at court. When, on the contrary, a girl does not please the regent at first sight, her family is very much disappointed, and consider themselves unfortunate. She is in this case sent home again immediately. Her reputation for beauty is lost, and she has not, after this, much chance of making a good match. The princess is already a mother, but unfortunately only of a daughter. She is, for the present, the chief wife of the prince, because no other female has given birth to a son. But whoever brings the first son into the world will then take her place. She will be honored as the mother of the heir to the throne. In consequence of this custom, the children are unfortunately liable to the danger of being poisoned. For any woman who has a child excites the envy of all those who are childless, and this is more particularly the case when the child is a boy. When the princess accompanied her husband to TEBRIS, she left her little daughter behind, under the protection of its grandfather, the Shah of Persia, in order to secure it from her rivals. When the viceroy rides out, he is preceded by several hundred soldiers. They are followed by servants with large sticks, who call upon the people to bow before the powerful ruler. The prince is surrounded by officers, military, and servants, and the procession is closed by more soldiers. The prince only is mounted, all the rest are on foot. The prince's wives are also permitted to ride out at times, but they are obliged to be thickly veiled, and entirely surrounded by eunuchs, several of whom hasten on before to tell the people that the wives of the monarch are on the road. Every one must then leave the streets and retire to the houses and by-lanes. The wives of the banished Prince Vaughan, who were left behind, learned through Dr. Kossolani that I thought of going to Tiflis. They requested me to visit them, that I might be able to tell the prince that I had seen them and left them well. The doctor conducted me into their presence. He had been the friend and physician of the prince, who was not one of the fanatic class, and allowed him the entree to the females. Nothing very worthy of notice took place at the visit. The house and the gardens were plain, and the women had wrapped themselves in large mantles, as the doctor was present. Some indeed covered a part of their faces while speaking to him. Several of them were young, although they all appeared older than they really were. One who was 22 I should have taken to be at least 30. A rather plump dark beauty of 16 was also introduced to me as the latest addition to the harem. She had been bought at Constantinople only a short time since. The women appeared to treat her with great good nature. They told me that they took considerable pains to teach her Persian. Among the children there was a remarkably beautiful girl of 6, whose pure and delicate countenance was fortunately not yet disfigured by paint. This child, as well as the others, was dressed in the same way as the women, and I remarked that the Persian dress was really, as I had been told, rather indecorous. The corset fell back at every quick movement. The silk or gauze chemise, which scarcely reached over the breast, dragged up so high that the whole body might be seen, as far as the loins. I observed the same with the female servants, who were engaged in making tea or other occupations. Every motion disarranged their dress. My visit to Hagi Shefa Hanum, one of the principal and most cultivated women in Tebris, was far more interesting. Even at the entrance of the courtyard and house, the presence of a well-regulating mind might be perceived. I had never seen so much cleanliness and taste in any Oriental house. I should have taken the courtyard for the garden, if I had not afterwards seen the latter from the windows. The gardens here are indeed inferior to ours, but are magnificent when compared with those at Baghdad. They have flowers, rows of vines and shrubs, and between the fruit trees pleasant basins of water and luxuriant grass plots. The reception room was very large and lofty. The front and back, of which the former looked out into the courtyard, the latter into the garden, consisted of windows, the panes of which were very small 6- and 8-sided pieces, framed in gilded wood. On the doorpost there was also some gilding. The floor was covered with carpeting, and the place where the mistress of the house sat, another piece of rich carpet was laid over. In Persia there are no divans, but only thick round pillows for leaning upon. Intimation had previously been given for my visit. I found a large party of women and young girls assembled, who had probably been attracted here by their curiosity to see a European woman. Their dress was costly, like that of the princess, but there was a difference in the jewelry. Several among them were very handsome, although they had rather broad foreheads, and 2 prominent cheekbones. The most charming features of the Persians are their eyes, which are remarkable, as well for their size as their beautiful form and animated expressions. Of course there was no want of paint on their skins and eyebrows. This party of women was the most agreeable and unconstrained that I ever found in Oriental houses. I was able to converse in French with the mistress of the house, by the help of her son, of about 18, who had received an excellent education in Constantinople. Not only the son, but also the mother and the other women were read and well informed. Dr. Castellani, moreover, assured me that the girls of rich families could nearly all read and write. They are, in this respect, far in advance of the Turks. The mistress of the house, her son, and myself sat upon chairs. The rest squatted down on carpets around us. A table, the first that I had seen in a Persian house, was covered with a handsome cloth, and set out with the most magnificent fruits, sorbets, and various delicacies, which had been prepared by my host herself. Among the sweetmeats were sugared almonds and fruits, which not only appeared inviting, but tasted deliciously. The sweet melons and peaches were just in their prime during my stay at Tabriz. They were so delicious that it may well be said Persia is their native country. The melons have more frequently a whitish or greenish than a yellow pulp. They may be eaten entirely, with the exception of the outermost thin rind. And if it were possible for anything to exceed sugar in sweetness, it would be these melons. The peaches are also juicy, sweet, and aromatic. Before leaving Tebris, I must say a few words about the people. the complexion of the common men is rather more than sunburnt. Among the upper classes, white is the prevailing color of the skin. They all have black hair and eyes. Their figures are tall and powerful, and the features very marked, especially the nose, and the look rather wild. The women, both of the upper and lower classes, are uncommonly thickly veiled when they go out. The better dressed men wear out of doors a very long mantle of dark cloth with slashed sleeves, which reach to the ground. A girdle or shawl surrounds their waist, and their head dress consists of a pointed black fur cap more than a foot high, which is made of the skins of unborn sheep. The women of the laboring class do not appear to have much to do. During my journey I saw only a few of the work in the fields, and I noticed also in the town that all the hard work is done by the men. In Tebris, as well as throughout the whole of Persia, the Jews, semi-Mohammedans, and Christians are intolerably hated. 3 months since, the Jews and Christians in Tebris were in great danger. Several crowds of people gathered and marched through the quarter where these people dwelt, when they commenced plundering and destroying the houses, threatening the inhabitants with death, and in some cases even putting their threats into execution. Fortunately, this horrible proceeding was immediately made known to the governor of the town, and he, being a brave and determined man, lost not a moment's time even to throw his kaftan over his house-dress, but hastened out into the midst of the crowd, and succeeded, by means of a powerful speech, in dispersing the people. On arriving at Tebris, I expressed my desire to continue my journey from here to Tiflis by way of Natschivan and Erivan. It appeared at first that there was not much hope of its possibility, as since the late political disturbances in Europe, the Russian government, like the Chinese, had strictly prohibited the entrance of any foreigners. However, Mr. Stevens promised to make use of all his power with the Russian consul, Mr. Anitchow, in my favor. I was indebted to this, together with my sex and age, for being made an exception. I received from the Russian consul not only the permission, but also several kind letters of introduction to the people of Natschivan, Erivan, and Tiflis. I was advised to ride from Tebris to Natschivan with post horses, and to take a servant with me as far as that place. I did so, and commenced my journey at 9 o'clock in the morning of the 11th of August. Several gentlemen, whose acquaintance I had made in Tebris, accompanied me about a mile out of the town, and we encamped on the bank of a beautiful little river, and partook of a cold breakfast. Then I began my journey alone, indeed, but composedly and with good courage, for now I thought I was entering a Christian country, beneath the scepter of a civilized European, law and order-loving monarch. End of section 37. Recording by Kyle Stadelhofer, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 38 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeanie Whitfield. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 22. Asiatic Russia, Armenia, Georgia, and Mingrelia. Part 1. Sofia Marand, The Russian Frontier, Nakhchivan, Journey of the Caravan, A Night's Imprisonment, Continuation of the Journey, Erivan, The Russian Post, The Tartars, Arrival in Tiflis, Sojourn there, Continuation of the Journey, Kutaïs, Marand, Trip on the Ribbon, Reducile. 11th August. The stations between Tebris and Nakhchivan are very irregular. One of the longest, however, is the first, namely to the village of Sofia, which occupied us 6 hours. The road lay through valleys, which were, for the most part, barren and uninhabited. As it was already 3 o'clock when we reached Sofia, the people there endeavored to prevent me from going any further. They pointed to the sun, and at the same time signified that I might be attacked by robbers, plundered, and even murdered. But such statements had no influence with me, and after I had with great trouble ascertained that it would only require 4 hours to reach the next station, I determined to continue my journey, and to the vexation of my servant, whom I engaged as far as Natschivan, ordered him to saddle fresh horses. Immediately after leaving Sofia, we entered barren, rocky valleys, which my guide represented as being very dangerous, and which I should not have liked to pass at night. But as the sun was shining in full splendor, I urged on my horse, and amused myself by looking at the beautiful colors and groupings of the rocks. Some were of a glittering pale green, others covered with a whitish, half-transparent substance. Others again terminated in numerous oddly formed angles, and from the distance looked like beautiful groups of trees. There was so much to see that I really had no time to think of fear. About halfway lay a pretty little village in a valley, and beyond it rose a steep mountain, on the summit of which a charming prospect of mountain country kept me gazing for a long while. We did not reach Meran until nearly 8 o'clock, but still our heads, necks, and baggage were all safe. Meran lies in a fertile valley, and is the last Persian town which I saw, and one of the most agreeable and handsome. It has broad, clean streets, houses in good repair, and several small squares, with beautiful springs, which are, moreover, surrounded by trees. My shelter for the night was not so good as the town promised. I was obliged to share the court with the post horses. My supper consisted of some roasted and very salt eggs. 12th August. Our journey for today was as far as Arax on the Russian border. Although only one stage, it took us 11 hours. We followed the course of a small brook, which wound through barren valleys and ravines. Not a single village lay on our road, and with the exception of some little mills and the ruins of a mosque, I saw no more buildings in Persia. Persia is, on the whole, very thinly populated on account of the scarcity of water. No country in the world has more mountains and fewer rivers than Persia. The air is, on this account, very dry and hot. The valley in which Arax is situated is large, and the extraordinary formation of the mountains and rocks renders it very picturesque. In the extreme distance rise lofty mountains, of which Ararat is more than 16,000 feet in height, and in the valley itself there are numerous rocky elevations. The principal of these, a beautiful sharp rocky cone of at least 1,000 feet in height, is called the Serpent Mountain. The river Aras flows close to the headland. It separates Armenia from Media, has a terrible fall and high waves. It here forms the boundary between the Russian and Persian dominions. We crossed in a boat. On the opposite side of the river were several small houses, where travelers are obliged to stop and prove that they are not robbers, and especially that they are not politically dangerous. Occasionally they are detained in quarantine for some time when the plague or cholera happens to be prevalent in Persia. A letter from the Russian consul at TEBRIS ensured me a very courteous reception. From the quarantine I was saved, as there was no plague or cholera. I had, however, scarcely set my foot upon Russian ground when the impudent begging for drink money began. The officer had among his people a Cossack, who represented himself as understanding German, and he was sent to me to ask what I wished for. The rogue knew about as much German as I did Chinese, hardly 3 or 4 words. I therefore signified to him that I did not require his services, in spite of which he held out his hand begging for money. 13th August. I left Arax betimes in the morning, in company with a customs officer, and rode to the town of Natschivan, which lies in a large valley surrounded by the lofty mountains of Ararat. The country here is fertile, but there are very few trees. I never had so much trouble to obtain shelter in any place as in this. I had 2 letters, one to a German physician, the other to the governor. I did not wish to go to the latter in my traveling dress, as I was again among cultured people who are accustomed to judge of you by your dress, and there was no inn. I therefore intended to ask accommodation in the doctor's house. I showed the address, which was written in the native language, to several people to read, that they might point out the house to me, but they all shook their heads and let me go on. At last I came to the custom house, where my little luggage was immediately taken possession of, and myself conducted to the inspector. He spoke a little German, but paid no regard to my request. He told me to go into the custom house and unlock my portmanteau. The inspector's wife and sister accompanied me. I was much astonished at his politeness, but found, however, too soon, that other reasons had induced them to come. Both the ladies wished to see what I had brought with me. They had chairs brought, and took their places before my portmanteau, which was opened, when 3 pair of hands were thrust in. A number of papers folded together, coins, dried flowers, and other objects obtained from Nineveh, were instantly seized hold of and thrown about. Every ribbon, every cap was taken out, and it was clearly perceptible that the inspector's wife had some difficulty in parting with them again. After this was sufficiently examined, a common box which contained my greatest treasure, a small relief from Nineveh, was brought forward. One of the men took hold of a heavy wooden axe for the purpose of striking off the lid. This was rather too much for me, and I would not allow it. To my great satisfaction, a German woman came in just at this moment. I told her what was in the box, and that I did not object to its being opened, although I wished them to do it carefully with a chisel and pincers. But strange to say, there were no such tools in the place, although they were wanted daily. I at last succeeded in persuading them to break off the lid with care. Notwithstanding the anxiety I was in, I could not help laughing at the foolish faces which both the women and the customs officer made when they saw the fragments of brick from Babylon and the somewhat damaged Ninevite head. They could not at all comprehend why I should carry such objects with me. The German woman, Henrietta Alexandra, invited me to take coffee with her, and when she heard of my perplexity with respect to a lodging, she offered me a room in her house. On the following day I visited the governor, who received me very politely and overpowered me with favours. I was obliged to move into his house directly. He attended to my passport and obtained all the necessary visas, of which I required 6 since entering the Christian dominions, and made an agreement for me with some Tartars whose caravan was going to Tiflis. I then looked round the miserable, half-ruined town with the good Mrs. Alexandra, and saw Noah's monument. According to Persian accounts, Nakhchivan is said to have been one of the largest and handsomest towns in Armenia, and Armenian writers affirm that Noah was the founder. The modern town is built quite in an oriental style. Only a few of the houses have the windows and doors turned towards the street. Generally, the front faces the small garden. The dress of the people is also rather like the Persian, but the officials, merchants, etc., wear European costume. Nothing more remains of Noah's sepulchre than a small arched chamber without a cupola. It appears to have been formerly covered with one, but it is not possible to decide from the few ruins that now remain. In the interior neither a sarcophagus nor grave are to be seen. A single brick pillar stands in the center and supports the roof. The whole is surrounded by a low wall. Many pilgrims come here, Mohammedans as well as Christians, and both sects entertain the remarkable belief that if they press a stone into the wall while thinking of something at the same time, and the stone remains sticking to the wall, that their thoughts are either true or will come to pass, and the reverse when the stone does not adhere. The truth of the matter is, however, simply this: the cement or mortar is always rather moist, and if a smooth stone is pushed a little upwards while being pressed, it remains hanging. If it is only pressed horizontally, it falls off again. Not far from Noah's tomb stands another very handsome monument. Unfortunately, I could not learn to whose memory it was erected, or to what age it belonged. It consists of a high building resembling a tower with 12 angles. The walls between the angles are covered from top to bottom with the most artistic mathematical figures, in triangles and sexagons, and some places are inlaid with glazed tiles. The monument is surrounded by a wall, forming a small courtyard. At the entrance gate stand half-ruined towers like minarets. 17th August. I felt very unwell today, which was the more unpleasant as the caravan started in the evening. For several days I had been unable to take food, and suffered from excessive lassitude. Nevertheless, I left my rest, and mounted my caravan nag. I thought that change of air would be the best restorative. Fortunately, we went only a short distance beyond the city gate, and remained there during the night and the following day. We did not proceed any further until the evening of the 18th of August. The caravan only conveyed goods, and the drivers were Tartars. The journey from Nakhchivan to Tiflis is generally made in from 12 to 14 days, but with my caravan, to judge from the progress we made at the commencement, it would have occupied 6 weeks, for on the first day we went scarcely any distance, and on the second very little more than the first. I should have travelled quicker on foot. 19th August. It is really unbearable. During the whole day we lay in waste stubbled fields, exposed to the most scorching heat, and did not mount our horses until 9 o'clock in the evening. About an hour afterwards we halted and encamped. The only thing good about this caravan was the food. The Tartars do not live so frugally as the Arabs. Every evening an excellent pilau was made with good-tasting fat, frequently with dried grapes or plums. Almost every day beautiful water and sugar melons were brought to us to buy. The sellers, mostly Tartars, always selected a small lot and offered it to me as a present. The road led continually through large, fertile valleys round the foot of Ararat. Today I saw the majestic mountain very clearly, and in tolerable proximity. I should think that we were not more than 2 or 3 miles from it. It seemed, from its magnitude, as if separated from the other mountains and standing alone, but it is in fact connected with the chain of Taurus by a low range of hills. Its highest summit is divided in such a way that between 2 peaks there is a small plain on which it is said that Noah's Ark was left after the deluge. There are people who affirm that it would still be found there if the snow could be removed. In the more recent treatise on geography, the height of Ararat is given as 16,000 feet. In the older ones as 11,000. The Persians and Armenians call this mountain Makis. The Grecian writers describe it as part of the Taurus range. Ararat is quite barren and covered above with perpetual snow. Lower down lies the cloister, Arakilvank, at the place where Noah is said to have taken up his first abode. 20th August. We encamped in the neighborhood of the village Gaddis. Many commentators of the Scriptures place the Garden of Eden in the Armenian province of Ararat. In any case, Armenia has been the scene of most important events. Nowhere have so many bloody battles taken place as in this country, as all the great conquerors of Asia have brought Armenia under their control. 21st August. We still continue near Ararat, Meanwhile we passed by Russian and German colonies. The houses in the latter had exactly the appearance of those in German mountain villages. The road was, throughout, very uneven and stony, and I cannot imagine how the post can travel upon it. Today I met with another very unpleasant adventure. My caravan encamped in the neighbourhood of the station Sidon, about 50 paces from the side of the post road. Towards 8 in the evening I walked out as far as the road, and as I was about to return I heard the sound of post horses coming. I remained in the road to see the travellers, and noticed a Russian seated in an open car, and by his side a Cossack with a musket. When the vehicle had passed I turned quietly round, but to my astonishment heard it stop, and felt myself almost at the same moment seized forcibly by the arms. It was the Cossack who held me, and endeavoured to drag me to the car. I tried to release myself, pointed to the caravan, and said that I belonged to it. The fellow immediately stopped my mouth with his hand, and threw me into the car, where I was tightly held by the other man. The Cossack immediately jumped up, and the driver urged his horses on as quickly as they could go. The whole was done so quickly that I scarcely knew what had happened to me. The men held me tightly by the arms, and my mouth was kept covered up until we were so far from the caravan that the people belonging to it could no longer have heard my cries. Fortunately I was not frightened. I thought at once that these two amiable Russians might, in their zeal, have taken me for a very dangerous person, and have supposed they had made a very important capture. When they uncovered my mouth, they commenced questioning me as to my native country, name, etc. I understood enough Russian to give them this information, but they were not satisfied with that, and required to see my passport. I told them that they must send for my portmanteau, and then I could show them that I had permission to travel. We came at last to the post house, where I was taken into a room. The Cossack placed himself with his musket under the open door, so as to keep his eye continually on me, and the other man, who, from his dark green velvet facings, I supposed to be one of the Emperor's officers, remained some time in the room. At the end of half an hour the postmaster, or whoever he was, came to examine me, and to hear an account of the achievements of my captors, who hastened with laughing countenances to give a complete statement of what had happened. I was obliged to pass the night under strict guard upon a wooden bench, without either a wrapper or a mantle with me, and suffering from hunger and thirst. They neither gave me a coverlet nor a piece of bread, and when I merely rose from the bench to walk up and down the room, the Cossack rushed in immediately, seized my arms, and led me back to the bench, telling me at the same time that I must remain there quietly. Towards morning they brought me luggage, when I showed them my papers and was set at liberty. Instead, however, of apologizing for having treated me in such a way, they laughed at me, and when I came out into the court every one pointed at me with their fingers, and joined my jailers in their laughter. "Oh, you good Turks, Arabs, Persians, Hindus, or whatever else you may be called, such treatment was never shown to me amongst you. How pleasantly have I always taken leave of all your countries! How attentively I was treated at the Persian frontiers when I would not understand that my passport was required! And here in a Christian empire, how much incivility I have had to bear during this short journey!" On the 20th of August I rejoined my caravan, where I was received with cordiality. 23rd August. The country still presented the same features, one large valley succeeding another. These valleys are less cultivated than those in Persia. Today, however, I saw one which was tolerably well planted, and in which the villagers had even planted trees before their huts. 24th August. Station Erivan. I was happy to have reached this town, as I hoped to meet with some of my country people here. and by their help to find a quicker mode of conveyance to Tiflis. I was determined to leave the caravan, since we did not go more than 4 hours a day. I had 2 letters, one to the town physician, the other to the governor. The latter was in the country. Dr. Müller, however, received me so well that I could not possibly have been better taken care of. Erivan is situated on the river Zengui, and is the capital of Armenia. It contains about 17,000 inhabitants, and is built upon low hills in a large plain, surrounded on all sides with mountains. The town has some fortified walls, although the European mode of architecture already begins to predominate greatly. This town is by no means to be reckoned among either the handsome or cleanly ones. I was most amused by the bazaars, not on account of their contents, for these do not present any remarkable features, but because I always saw there different and, for the most part, unknown national costumes. There were Tartars, Cossacks, Circassians, Georgians, Mingrelians, Turkonians, Armenians, etc., chiefly powerful, handsome people with fine expressive features, particularly the Tartars and Circassians. Their dress partly resembled the Persian. Indeed, that of the Tartars differed from it only by the points to the boots, and a less lofty cap. The points on the boots are frequently as much as 4 inches long, and turn inwards and towards the end. The caps are also pointed, and made of black fur, but not more than half as high. Very few of the women in these tribes are seen in the streets, and those are enveloped in wrappers. Nevertheless, they do not veil their faces. The Russians and the Cossacks have stupid, coarse features, and their behavior corresponds completely to what their appearance indicates. I never met with a people so covetous, coarse, and slavish as they are. When I asked about anything, they either gave me a surly answer, or none at all, or else laughed in my face. This rudeness would not, perhaps, have appeared so remarkable if I'd come from Europe. It had already been my intention on Nakhchivan to travel with the Russian post, but I had been dissuaded from doing so, as I was assured that as a solitary woman I should not be able to agree with the people. However, here I was determined to do so, and I requested Dr. Müller to make the necessary preparations for me. In order to travel in Russia by the post, it is necessary to procure a Podrashny, a certificate of permission, which is only to be had in a town where there are several grades of officials, as this important document requires to be taken to 6 of the number. First, to the treasurer; second, to the police, of course with the passport, certificate of residence, etc. Third, to the commandant. Fourth, again to the police. Fifth, again to the treasurer, and sixth, to the police again. In the Podrashny, an accurate account must be given of how far the traveler wishes to go, as the postmaster dare not proceed a single werst beyond the station named. Finally, a half kopeck, half kreutzer, must be paid per werst for each horse. This at first does not appear much, but is nevertheless a considerable tax, when it is remembered that 7 werst are only equal to a geographical mile, and that 3 horses are always used. On the 26th of August, about 4 in the morning, the post was to have been at the house. It struck 6, and there was still no appearance of it. If Dr. Müller had not been so kind as to go there, I should not have started until the evening. About 7 I got off, an excellent foretaste of my future progress. We travelled certainly with speed, but any one who had not a body of iron or a well-cushioned spring carriage would not find this very agreeable, and would certainly prefer to travel slower upon these uneven bad roads. The post carriage, for which 10 kopecks a station is paid, is nothing more than a very short wooden open car with 4 wheels. Instead of a seat, some hay is laid in it, and there is just room enough for a small chest upon which the driver sits. These cars naturally jolt very much. There is nothing to take hold of, and it requires some care to avoid being thrown out. The draught consists of 3 horses abreast. Over the center one a wooden arch is fixed, on which hang 2 or 3 bells, which continually made a most disagreeable noise. In addition to this, imagine the rattling of the carriage, and the shouting of the driver, who is always in great activity, urging on the poor animals, and it may be easily understood that, as is often the case, the carriage arrives at the station without the travellers. The division of the stations is very irregular, varying from 14 to 30 wersti. Between the second and the third stations I passed over a very short space of ground, where I found a kind of lava, exactly resembling the beautiful, brilliant, glassy lava of Iceland, black agate also, called obsidian, which was stated to be found in that island only. The second stage led through a newly erected Russian village extending to Lake Leman. August 27th. Today I had another evidence of the pleasure of traveling by the Russian post. On the previous evening I had ordered and paid for everything beforehand, yet I was obliged in the morning to awaken the post officers myself, as well as to see after the driver, and to be constantly about among the people, in order to get away. At the third station I was kept waiting 3 hours for the horses. At the fourth they gave me none, and I was obliged to stay all night, although I had gone only 55 wersti the whole day. The character of the country changes before reaching Delitzschan. The valleys contract to narrow gorges, and the mountains seldom leave space for small villages and plots of ground. The naked masses of rock cease, and the luxuriant woods cover the heights. Near Pippis, the last stage that I went today, beautiful cliffs and rocks rose close to the post road, many of them presenting the appearance of enormous columns. August 28th. Continual trouble with the post people. I am the greatest enemy of scolding and harsh treatment, but I should have best liked to have spoken to these people with a stick. No idea can be formed of their stupidity, coarseness, and want of feeling. Officers, as well as servants, are frequently found at all hours of the day sleeping or drunk. In this state they do as they please, will not stir from their places, and even laugh in the faces of unfortunate travellers. By the aid of much quarrelling and noise, one is at last induced to drag out the car, a second to grease it, another baits the horses, which have often to be harnessed. Then the straps are not in order, and must be first fastened and repaired, and innumerable other things of this kind, which are done with the greatest tardiness. When afterwards in the towns I expressed my disapprobation of these wretched post establishments, I received an answer that these countries had been too short a time under Russian dominion, that the imperial city was too far distant, and that I, as a single woman without servants, might consider myself fortunate in having got through as I had. I did not know what reply to make to this, except that in the most recently acquired colonial possessions of the English, which are still farther from their capital, everything is excellently arranged, and that there a woman without servants was as quickly attended to as a gentleman, since they find their money not less acceptable than that of the latter. The case is very different, however, at a Russian post station. When an official or officer comes, every one is active enough, cringing around the watering place for fear of flogging or punishment. Officers and officials belong in Russia to the privileged class, and assume all kinds of despotism. If, for example, they do not travel on duty, they should not, according to the regulations, have any greater advantages than private travellers. But instead of setting a good example and showing the mass of the people that the laws and regulations must be observed, it is precisely these people who set all laws in defiance. They send a servant forward, or borrow one from their fellow travellers, to the station to announce that on such and such a day they shall arrive, and will require 8 or 12 horses. If any hindrance occurs during this time, a hunt or a dinner, or if the wife of the traveller has a headache or the cramp, they postpone the journey without any ado to another day or two. The horses stand constantly ready, and the postmaster dare not venture to give them to private travellers. It may so happen that the travellers have in such a case to wait 1 or even 2 days at a station, and do not get through their journey quicker by the post than by a caravan. In the course of my journey by the Russian post, I several times went only a single stage during a whole long day. When I saw a uniform I was always in dread, and made up my mind that I should have no horses. In each post house there are 1 or 2 rooms for travellers, and a married Cossack in charge, who together with his wife attends to strangers and cooks for them. No charge is made for the room. The first comer is entitled to it. These attendants are all as obliging as the stable people, and it is often difficult to procure with money a few eggs, milk, or anything of the kind. The journey through Persia was dangerous. That through Asiatic Russia, however, was so troublesome that I would prefer the former under any circumstances. From Pipis the country again diminishes in beauty. The valleys expand, the mountains become lower, and both are frequently without trees and barren. I met today several nomadic parties of Tartars. The people sat upon oxen and horses, and others were loaded with their tents and household utensils. The cows and sheep, of which there were always a great number, were driven by the side. The Tartar women were mostly richly clothed, and also very ragged. Their dress consisted almost entirely of deep red silk, which was often even embroidered with gold. They wore wide trousers, a long kaftan, and a shorter one over that. On the head a kind of beehive called a shalb, made of the bark of trees, painted red, and ornamented with tinsel, coral, and small coins. From the breast to the girdle their clothes were also covered with similar things. Over the shoulders hung a cord, with an amulet in the nose. They wore small rings. They had large wrappers thrown around them, but left their faces uncovered. Their household goods consisted of tents, handsome rugs, iron pots, copper coins, etc. The Tartars are mostly of the Mohammedan religion. The permanent Tartars have very peculiar dwellings, which may be called enormous mole-hills. Their villages are chiefly situated on the declivities, and hills in which they dig holes of the size of spacious rooms. The light falls only through the entrance or outlet. This is broader than it is high, and is protected by a long and broad portico of planks, resting either upon beams or the stems of trees. Nothing is more comical than to see such a village consisting of nothing but these porticos, and neither window, doors, nor walls. Those who dwell in the plains make artificial mounds of earth, and build their huts of stone or wood. They then throw earth over them, which they stamp down tightly, so that the huts themselves cannot be seen at all. Until within the last 60 years it is said that many such dwellings were to be seen in the town of Tiflis. End of section 38. Recording by Jeanie Whitfield from Traditions in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Section 39 of A Woman's Journey Round the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. A Woman's Journey Round the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Part 2 of Chapter 22. Asiatic Russia, Armenia, Georgia and Mingrelia. 29th of August. This morning I had still one stage of 24 versti ere I reached Tiflis. The road was, as everywhere else, full of holes, ruts and stones. I was obliged always to tie a handkerchief tightly round my head to ease the jolting, and still I was every day attacked with headache. Today, however, I learned the full nuisance of these carriages. It had rained, not only during the whole night, but still continued so. The wheels threw up such masses of mud that I soon sat in a thick puddle. I was covered even over the head, and my face did not escape. Small boards hanging over the wheels would have easily remedied this inconvenience, but none troubled themselves in this country about the comfort of travellers. Tiflis comes in sight during the latter half of the stage. The prospect of the town charmed me much, as, with the exception of a few church towers, it was built in the European style, and since Valparaiso I had not seen any town resembling the European. Tiflis contains 50,000 inhabitants. It is the capital of Georgia and is situated tolerably near the mountains. Many of the houses are built on hills, on high steep rocks. From some of the hills there is a beautiful view of the town and valley. The latter, at the time of my visit, was not very attractive, as the harvest had deprived it of all the charms of colour. There were also but few gardens, etc. On the other hand, the river Kurry, generally called Cyrus, winds in graceful curves through the town and valley, and in the far distance sparkle the snow-crowned summits of the Caucasus. A strong citadel, Nar Klea, is situated upon steep rocks immediately before the town. The houses are large and tastefully ornamented with facades and columns, and covered with sheet iron or bricks. The Erevansky place is very handsome. Among the buildings, the palace of the governor, the Greek and Armenian seminaries, and several barracks are conspicuous. The large theatre in the centre of the Erevansky place was not then finished. It is evident that the old town must give place to the new one. Everywhere houses are being pulled down and new ones built. The narrow streets will soon only be known by tradition, and the only remains of the Oriental architecture are the Greek and Armenian houses. The churches are far inferior in splendour and magnitude to the other buildings. The towers are low, round, and generally covered with green glazed tiles. The oldest Christian church stands up on a high rock in the fortress and is used only for the prisoners. The bazaars and khan present no features worthy of notice. Moreover, there are already here, as in all European towns, shops and stores in all the streets. Several wide bridges are thrown over the Kurry. The town contains numerous warm sulphuretted springs, from which indeed it derives its name, Tiflis or Ibilisi, meaning warm town. Unfortunately, the greater number of the many baths are in the worst condition. The buildings within which the springs are enclosed are surmounted by small cupolas with windows. The reservoirs, the floor and walls are for the most part covered with large stone slabs. Very little marble is to be seen. There are private and public baths, and men are not allowed to enter the buildings where the women assemble. However, they are not nearly so strict here as in the East. The gentleman who was so kind as to accompany me to one of these baths was permitted to come into the ante-room, although it was separated from the bathing place only by a simple wooden partition. Not far from the baths lies the Botanic Garden, which has been laid out at great expense on the declivity of a mountain. The terraces, which had to be artificially cut, are supported by masonry and filled with earth. Why such an unsuitable place was chosen I cannot imagine, the less so as I saw only a few rare plants and shrubs, and everywhere nothing but grapevines. I fancied myself in a vineyard. The most remarkable things in this garden are two vine stocks, whose stems were each a foot in diameter. They are so extended in groves and long rows that they form pleasant walks. More than 1,000 flasks of wine are annually obtained from these two vines. A large grotto has been excavated in one of the upper terraces, whose whole front side is open, and forms a high arched hall. In the fine summer evenings there is music, dancing, and even theatrical performances. On Sundays and festivals the pretty gardens of the governor are open to the public. There are swings and winding paths, and two bands of music. The music executed by the Russian military was not so good as that which I heard by the blacks in Rio Janeiro. When I visited the Armenian church, the corpse of a child had just been laid out. It was in a costly open bier, covered with red velvet and richly ornamented with gold lace. The corpse was strewed over with flowers, decorated with a crown and covered with fine white gauze. The priests, in sumptuous robes, conducted the funeral ceremonies, which were very similar to the Catholic. The poor mother, at whose side I accidentally happened to kneel, sobbed loudly when preparations were made to carry away the dear remains. I also could not restrain my tears. I wept not for the death of the child, but for the deep grief of the afflicted parent. Leaving this place of mourning, I visited some Greek and Armenian families. I was received in spacious rooms, which were fitted up in the most simple manner. Along the walls stood painted wooden benches, partly covered with rugs. On these benches the people sit, eat and sleep. The women wear Grecian dresses. European and Asiatic costumes are seen so frequently together in the streets that neither the one nor the other appears peculiar. The greatest novelty to me in this respect was the Circassian dress. It consists of white trousers, short coats full of folds, with narrow sashes, and breast pockets for from 6 to 10 cartridges, tight half-boots with points turned inwards, and close-fitting fur caps. The more wealthy wore coats of fine dark blue cloth, and the edges were ornamented with silver. The Circassians are distinguished from all other Caucasian people by their beauty. The men are tall, have very regular features and great ease in their motions. The women are of a more delicate build. Their skin is whiter, their hair dark, their features regular, their figures slender, with their busts well developed. In the Turkish harems they are considered the greatest beauties. I must confess, however, that I have seen many handsomer women in the Persian harems than in the Turkish, even when they contained Circassians. The Asiatic women, when in the streets here, wrap themselves in large white mantles. Many cover the mouth as well, and some few the remainder of the face. Of the domestic life of the Russian officials and officers I cannot say much. I had indeed a letter to the Chancellor Director, Herr von Lille, and to the Governor, Herr von Yermolov, but both gentlemen were not much pleased with me. My free expression of opinion perhaps did not suit them. I made no scruple of speaking my mind with regard to the ill-regulated posting establishments and the miserable roads. I, moreover, related my imprisonment with a few comments, and, what crowned all, I said that I had intended to have gone on from here across the Caucasus to Moscow and Petersburg, but that I had been completely deterred from doing so by my short experience of travelling in the country, and would take the shortest road to get beyond the frontier as soon as possible. If I had been a man and had spoken so, I should probably have been treated with a temporary residence in Siberia. Herr von Lille, however, always received me with politeness when I called on him for the purpose of having my passport repaired. The Governor did not treat me with a like consideration. First he put me off from one day to another, then it pleased the mighty man to pass 2 days in the country. When he came back it was a Sunday, on which day such a great work could not possibly be done, and so I did not obtain my passport until the 6th day. Thus it fared with me, who was provided with letters to the chief officers. How do poor people come off? I heard indeed that they are often kept waiting 2 or 3 weeks. The Viceroy, Prince Woronzow, was unfortunately not in Tiflis at the time. I regretted his absence the more as I everywhere heard him represented as an educated, just and extremely amiable man. Far pleasanter than these visits to the Russian governor was that to the Persian Prince Behmen Mirza, to whom I brought letters and intelligence from his family, who were remaining in Tebris. Although he was ill at the time, nevertheless he received me. I was conducted into a large saloon, a complete hospital for 8 sick persons. The prince, 4 of his children, and 3 wives laid there upon rugs and cushions. They all suffered from fever. The prince was a remarkably handsome and powerful man of 35. His full eyes were expressive of intelligence and goodness. He spoke with great regret of his fatherland. A smile of painful delight played round his features when I mentioned his children, and related how safely and well I had travelled through those provinces which, but a short time before, had been under his control. What a happiness would it be for Persia if such a man as this was to come to the throne instead of the young viceroy. The most interesting and at the same time useful acquaintance which I made was that of Herr Salzmann, a German. This gentleman possesses considerable knowledge of agriculture, and more than all, a singularly good heart. He interests himself for all kinds of people, and more especially his own countrymen. Wherever I mentioned his name, people spoke of him with true respect. He had just received a decoration from the Russian government, although he was not in their service. Herr Salzmann has built a very handsome house, with every possible convenience for the reception of travellers. Besides this, he owns a large fruit garden, 10 versti distant from the town, in the neighbourhood of which are some naphtha springs. When he found that I wished to see these, he immediately invited me to join a party to visit them. The springs are situated very near to the Kurry. Square pits, about 25 fathoms deep, are dug, and the naphtha is dipped out by means of wooden buckets. This naphtha, however, is of the commonest kind, of a dark brown colour, and thicker than oil. Asphalt, cart grease, etc., are made from it. The fine white naphtha, which can be used for lighting and fuel, is peculiar to the Caspian Sea. A walk to the Chapel of David, which lies upon a hill immediately in front of the town, repays the trouble. Besides the lovely country, there is to be seen here a fine monument erected in memory of the Russian ambassador, Griboyetov, who was murdered in Persia on the occasion of a revolt. A cross, at the foot of which lies his mourning wife, is very artistically cast in metal. On Monday, the 5th of September, I received my passport about 11 o'clock. I ordered the post carriage an hour afterwards. Herr Salzmann proposed that I should visit some German settlements which were situated at about 10 or 20 wersti from Tiflis, and offered to accompany me there, but I had not much inclination to do so, more particularly as I had heard everywhere that the settlers had already much degenerated, and that idleness, fraud, dirt, drunkenness, etc., was not less frequent among them than in the Russian colonies. I left Tiflis about 3 in the afternoon. Just outside the town stands, by the roadside, a cross cast in metal, with the Eye of Providence upon a pedestal of polished granite, surrounded by an iron railing. An inscription states that, on the 12th of October in the year 1837, His Imperial Majesty was upset here, but that he had escaped without injury. Erected by his grateful subjects. This incident appears, therefore, to have been one of the most remarkable in the life of this powerful ruler, as it has been commemorated by a monument. It has certainly not been erected without the approval of the Emperor. I am by no means certain which is the most to be wondered at, the people who placed it here, or the monarch who permitted it. I went only one stage the day, but it was so long that I had to continue my journey into the evening. To go any further was not to be thought of, as the country, not only here, but in the greater part of this province, is so unsafe that it is impossible to travel in the evening or night without the protection of Cossacks, for which purpose a small company is placed at each station. The scenery was rather agreeable. Pretty hills enclosed pleasant-looking valleys, and on the tops of some mountains stood ruins of castles and fortified places. There were times in the history of this kingdom, as well as the German, when one noble made war upon the others, and no man was safe of his life and property. The nobles lived in fortified castles upon hills and mountains, went out mailed and harnessed like knights, and when threatened by hostile attacks, their subjects fled to the castles. There are still said to be people who wear, either over or under the clothes, shirts of mail and helmets instead of caps. I did not, however, see anything of the kind. The river Kurry continued to run along by our road. Not far from the station a long handsome bridge led across, but it was so awkwardly placed that it was necessary to go out of the way a whole verst to reach it. 6th September. The journey became still more romantic. Bushes and woods covered the hills and valleys, and the tall-stemmed, rich green Turkish corn waved in the fields. There were also numbers of old castles and fortresses. Towards evening, after having with great exertion travelled 4 stages, I reached the little town of Gori, whose situation was exceedingly charming. Wooded mountains surrounded it in wide circles, while nearer at hand rose pretty groups of hills. Nearly in the centre of the mass of houses a hill was to be seen, whose summit was crowned by a citadel. The little town possesses some pretty churches, private houses, barracks, and a neat hospital. Both towns and villages here lose the oriental character entirely. When the atmosphere is clear, the Caucasian mountains are to be seen rising in 3 ranges between the Caspian and Black Seas, forming the boundary between Asia and Europe. The highest points are the Elbrus and the Kasbek. These, according to a new geography, are of the respective heights of 16,800 and 14,000 feet. The mountains were covered with snow far down their sides. 7th September. Today I travelled 1 stage as far as Suram. I could not proceed any further, as 12 horses were ordered for an officer who was returning from a bathing place with his wife and friends. Suram lies in a fruitful valley, in the centre of which rises a beautiful mountain with the ruins of an old castle. In order to dispel my bad humour, I took a walk to this old castle. Although it was considerably ruined, the lofty arches, stately walls, and extensive fortifications showed that the noble knight had lived tolerably sumptuously. On the return, nothing astonished me more than the number of animals yoked to the ploughs. The fields lay in the finest plains, the ground was loose and free from stones, and yet each plough was drawn by 12 or 14 oxen. 8th September. The mountains drew nearer and nearer together. The prospect became more beautiful. Climbing plants, wild hops, vines, etc., twined round the trees to their highest branches, and the underwood grew so thick and luxuriantly that it called to my mind the vegetation of the Brazils. The 3rd stage was for the greater part of the way along the banks of the river Merabka through a narrow valley. The road between the river and the mountainside was so narrow that in many places there was only room for 1 carriage. We had frequently to wait 10 or 20 minutes to allow the cars loaded with wood, of which we met a great number, to pass us, and yet this was called a post road. Georgia has been for 50 years under Russian dominion, and only within a recent time have roads been commenced here and there. 50 years hence they may perhaps be finished, or fallen again into decay. Bridges are as scarce as roads. The rivers, such as the Merabka, are crossed in miserable ferry boats. Those which are shallower must be forded. In times of rain or sudden thaw in the snow mountains, the rivers are overflowed, and travellers must then either wait some days or risk their lives. What a tremendous difference between the colonies of Russia and England! Late in the evening I arrived, wet through and covered with mud, at the station, 2 wersti from Kutais. It is remarkable that the post houses are generally 1 or 2 wersti from the villages or towns. A traveller, in consequence of this custom, is exposed to the inconvenience of making a special journey if he has anything to attend to in those places. 9th September. Kutais contains 10,000 inhabitants and lies in a natural park. All round is the most luxuriant vegetation. The houses are neat and ornamental. The green painted church towers and barracks peep invitingly from between. The large river Ribon separates the town from the large citadel, which very picturesquely occupies a neighbouring hill. The dresses of the people are as various as round Tiflis. The headgear of the Mingrelian peasants appears truly comic. They wear round black felt caps in the shape of a plate, fastened by a string under the chin. The women frequently wear the Tartarian Schaube, over which they throw a veil, which, however, is put back so that the face is seen. The men wear in the mornings and in rainy weather large black collars, called burki, of sheep's wool or felt, which reach below the knees. I must here mention that the beauty for which the Georgians are so famous must not be sought for among the common people. I did not find them particularly handsome. The carts which the peasants use are remarkable. The front part rests upon curved pieces of wood or sledge bars, the hinder part upon 2 small thick discs of wood. My stay in Kutais was caused by the want of horses. It was not till 2 o'clock in the afternoon that I could continue my journey. I had 2 stages to reach the village of Marante, which lies on the river Ribon, where the post cars are changed for a boat by which the journey to Redetkali on the Black Sea is made. The first stage passes chiefly through fine woods. The second presents an open view over fields and meadows. The houses and huts are quite buried beneath bushes and trees. We met a number of peasants who, although they had only a few fowls, eggs, fruits, etc., to carry to the town for sale, were nevertheless on horseback. There was abundance of grass and willow trees, and consequently of horses and horned cattle. At Marand I stopped, for want of an inn, with a Cossack. These people, who also live here as settlers, have pretty wooden cottages with 2 or 3 rooms and a piece of land which they use as field and garden. Some of them receive travellers, and know how to charge enough for the miserable accommodation they afford. I paid 20 kopecks (8d.) for a dirty room without a bed, and as much for a chicken. Beyond that I had nothing, for the people are too lazy to fetch what they have not by them. If I wanted bread or anything that my hosts had not got, I might seek for it myself. As I have said before, it is only for an officer that they will make any exertion. I had left Tiflis about 3 in the afternoon of the 5th of September and reached this place in the evening of the 9th, 5 days to travel 274 wersti, 195 miles. I call that a respectable Russian post. The boat did not start for Redutkale, a distance of 80 wersti, until the morning of the 11th. It was bad weather, and the Ribon, otherwise a fine river, cannot be navigated during a strong wind, on account of the projecting trunks of trees and logs. The scenery still continued beautiful and picturesque. The stream flows between woods, maize, and millet fields, and the view extends over hills and mountains to the distant and gigantic Caucasus. Their singular forms, peaks, sunken plateaus, split domes, etc., appear sometimes on the right, sometimes on the left, in front and behind, according to the ever-changing windings of the river. We frequently halted and landed, every one running to the trees. Grapes and figs were abundant, but the former were as sour as vinegar, and the latter hard and small. I found a single one ripe, and that I threw away when I tasted it. The fig trees were of a size such as I had never seen, either in India or Sicily. I believe the whole sap is here converted into wood and leaves. In the same way, the great height of the vines may be the cause of the grapes being so small and bad. There must certainly be a great field for improved cultivation here. 12th September. Our boat did not go far. There was a smart breeze, and as we were already near the Black Sea, we were obliged to remain at anchor. 13th September. The wind had dropped, and we could without danger trust ourselves on the sea, upon which we had to sail for some hours, from the principal arm of the Ribon to that on which Redutkale was situated. There was indeed a canal leading from the one to the other, but it can only be passed at very high water, as it is much filled with drift sand. In Redutkale, a speculating Cossack host also received me, who had 3 little rooms for guests. According to the Russian calendar, this was the last day of August. On the 1st of September, the steamer was to come and sail again after 2 hours. I therefore hastened to the commandant of the town to have my passport signed and to request admittance to the ship. Government steamers plied twice every month, on the 1st and 15th, from Redutkale to Odessa by way of Kertch. Sailing vessels rarely offer an opportunity of passage. These steamers always keep close into the coast. They touch at 18 stations, fortresses and military posts, carry military transports of all kinds, and convey all passengers free. Travellers must, however, be content with a deck place. The cabins are few, and belong to the crew and higher officers, who frequently travel from one station to another. No places can be had by paying for them. The commandant prepared my passport and ticket directly. I cannot avoid remarking in this place that the prolixity of writing by the Russian government officials far exceeds that of the Austrians, which I had formerly considered impossible. Instead of a simple signature, I received a large written sheet, of which several copies were taken, the whole ceremony occupying more than half an hour. The steamer did not arrive until the 5th, Russian calendar. Nothing is more tedious than to wait from hour to hour for a conveyance, especially when it is necessary, in addition, to be ready to start at any moment. Every morning I packed up. I did not venture to cook a fowl or anything else, for fear I should be called away from it as soon as ready, and it was not until the evening that I felt a little safer and could walk out a little. From what I could see of the neighbourhood of Redutkale and Mingrelia altogether, the country is plentifully furnished with hills and mountains. Large valleys lie between, and the whole are covered with rich woods. The air is on that account moist and unhealthy, and it rains very frequently. The rising sun draws up such dense vapours that they float like impenetrable clouds 4 or 5 feet above the earth. These vapours are said to be the cause of many diseases, especially fever and dropsy. In addition to this, the people are so foolish as to build their houses in among the bushes and under thick trees instead of in open, airy and sunny places. Villages are frequently passed, and scarcely a house is to be seen. The men are remarkably idle and stupid. They are tawny and lean. The natives seldom reach the age of 60, and it is said that the climate is even more unhealthy for strangers. Still, I believe that much might be done in this country by industrious settlers and agriculturists. There is abundance of land, and 3/4 of it certainly lies uncultivated. By thinning the woods and draining the land, the badness of the climate would be lessened. It is already, even without cultivation, very fruitful, and how much this might be increased by a proper and rational mode of treatment. Rich grass grows everywhere, mixed with the best herbs and clover. Fruit grows wild. The vines run up to the tops of the highest trees. It is said that in time of rain the ground is so soft that only wooden ploughs are used. Turkish corn is most generally grown, and a kind of millet called gum. The inhabitants prepare the wine in the most simple manner. They hollow out the trunk of a tree, and tread the grapes in it. They then pour the juice into earthen vessels, and bury these in the ground. The character of the Mingrelians is said to be altogether bad, and they are generally looked upon as thieves and robbers. Murders are said not to be unfrequent. They carry off one another's wives, and are much addicted to drunkenness. The father trains the children to stealing, and the mother to obscenity. Colchis, or Mingrelia, lies at the end of the Black Sea, and towards the north on the Caucasian mountains. The neighbouring people were formerly known under the name of Huns and Alani. The Amazons are said to have dwelled in the country between the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea. The little town of Redutkale may contain about 1,500 inhabitants. The men are so indolent that, during the 5 days that I passed here, I could not procure a few grapes or figs for love or money. I went daily to the bazaar, and never found any for sale. The people are too lazy to bring wood from the forest. They work only when the greatest necessity compels them, and require to be paid exorbitantly. I paid as much, if not more, for eggs, milk, and bread as I would have done in Vienna. It might well be said that the people are here in the midst of plenty, and yet almost starve. I was not better pleased by the thoughtless and meaningless performance of religious ceremonies among these people. On all occasions they cross themselves before eating or drinking, before entering a room, before putting on an article of clothing, etc. The hands have nothing else to do but to make crosses. But the most provoking thing of all is that they stand still before every church they pass, bow 6 times, and cross themselves without end. When they are travelling, they stop their carriages to perform this ceremony. While I was at Redutkale, a vessel sailed. The priests were brought on board, and were obliged to go all over the ship and pronounce a blessing upon it on every corner of the sails. They crept into every cabin or hole, and at last blessed the sailors, who laughed at them for their trouble. I constantly found that there was less real religion in those places where there was the most parade made of it. End of chapter 22.
Section 40 of A Woman's Journey Around the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Woman's Journey Around the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 23. European Russia. Departed from Redutkale, attack of cholera, Napka, suspicious ship, Kerch, the museum, Tumuli, continuation of the journey, Theodosia, Kaffa, Prince Vorontsov's palace, the fortress of Sevastopol, Odessa. On the 17th of September, at 9 in the morning, the steamer arrived, and an hour afterwards I was seated on the deck. The vessel was called Maladets. It was 140 horsepower, and the commandant's name was Zorin. The distance from Redutkale to Kerch is only 420 miles, in a straight line, but for us, who continually kept close to the shore, it amounted to nearly 580. The view of the Caucasus, the hills and headlands, the rich and luxuriant country, remains fresh in my memory to this day. In a charming valley lies the village Galanzur, the first station at which we stopped for a short time. Towards 6 o'clock in the evening we reached the fortified town SOJOURN, which lies partly on the shore and partly on a broad hill. Here I saw for the first time Cossacks in full uniform. All those I had previously seen were very badly dressed and had no military appearance. They wore loose linen trousers and long ugly coats reaching down to their heels. These, however, wore close-fitting spencers with breast pockets, each of which was divided for 8 cartridges, white trousers which sat in folds upon the upper part of the body, and dark blue cloth caps trimmed with fur. They rode a staff officer to the ship. 18th September. We remained the whole day in SOJOURN. The coal boats, from some inconceivable negligence, had not arrived. The coals were taken on board after we had been some time at anchor, and our supply was not completed until 6 o'clock in the evening, when we again started. 19th September. During the night there was much storm and rain. I begged permission to seat myself on the cabin steps, which I received, but after a few minutes an order came from the commandant to take me under cover. I was much surprised and pleased at this politeness, but I was soon undeceived when I was led into the large sailor's cabin. The people smelled horribly of brandy, and some of them had evidently taken too much. I hastened back onto the deck where, in spite of the raging of the elements, I felt more comfortable than among these well-bred Christians. In the course of the day we stopped at Bambur, Pizunta, Gagri, Adler, and other places. Near Bambur I observed majestic groups of rocks. 20th September. The Caucasian mountains were now out of sight, and the thick woods were also succeeded by wide open spaces. We were still troubled with wind, storm, and rain. The engineer of the ship, an Englishman, Mr. Platt, had accidentally heard of my journey, perhaps from my passport, which I had to give up on entering the ship. He introduced himself to me today, and offered me the use of his cabin during the daytime. He also spoke to one of the officers for me, and succeeded in obtaining a cabin for me, which, although it joined the sailor's cabin, was separate from it by a door. I was very thankful to both the gentlemen for their kindness, which was the greater, as the preference was given to me as stranger over the Russian officers, of whom at least half a dozen were on deck. We remained a long time at Cisassee. This is an important station. There is a fine fortress upon a hill, round it stand pretty wooden houses. 21st September. This was a terrible night. One of the sailors, who was healthy and well the day before, and had taken his supper with a good appetite, was suddenly attacked with cholera. The cries of the poor fellow disturbed me greatly, and I went upon deck, but the heavy rain and piercing cold were not less terrible. I had nothing but my mantle, which was soon wet through. My teeth chattered. The frost made me shake throughout, so there was nothing to be done but to go below again, to stop my ears and remain close to the dying man. He was, in spite of all help, a corpse before the end of 8 hours. The dead body was landed in the morning, at Pschada. It was packed in a heap of sailcloth, and kept secret from the travellers. The cabin was thoroughly washed with vinegar and scoured, and no one else was attacked. I did not at all wonder that there was sickness on board, only I had expected it would be among the poor soldiers, who were day and night upon the deck, and had no further food than dry, black bread, and had not even mantles or covering. I saw many half frozen from cold, dripping with rain, gnawing a piece of bread. How much greater suffering must they have to undergo in the winter time! The passage from Redutkale to Kertsch, I was told, then frequently occupied 20 days. The sea is so rough that it is difficult to reach the stations, and sometimes the ship lies for days opposite them. If it should happen that a poor soldier has to proceed the whole distance, it is really a wonder that he should reach the place of his destination alive. According to the Russian system, however, the common man is not worthy of any consideration. The sailors are indeed better, but, nevertheless, not well provided for. They receive bread and spirits, a very small quantity of meat, and a soup made of sour cabbage, called barch, twice a day. The number of officers, their wives, and soldiers on the deck increased at every station, very few being landed from the ship. The deck was soon so covered with furniture, chests, and trunks, that there was scarcely a place to sit down, except on the top of a pile of goods. I never saw such an encampment on board a ship. In fine weather this life afforded me much amusement. There was always something new to see. Every one was animated and happy, and appeared to belong to the same family. But if a heavy rain came on suddenly, or a wave washed over the deck, the passengers began to shout and cry, and the contents of every chest became public. One cried, "How shall I shelter my sugar loaves?" Another, "Oh, my meal will be spoiled." There a woman complained that her bonnet would be full of spots. Here another, that the uniform of her husband would certainly be injured. At some of the smaller stations we had taken on board sick soldiers in order to carry them to the hospital at Kertch. This was done, as I was told, less on account of nursing them than as a matter of safety. The former they would have received at the place they came from, but all the small villages between Redutkale and Anapka are still frequently disturbed by the Circassian Tartars, who undauntedly break out from the mountains and rob and murder. Very lately they were reported to have fired a cannon at one of the government steamers. The Circassians are as partial to the Russians as the Chinese are to the English. The poor invalids were also laid on the deck, and but little attention was shown to them, beyond stretching a sailcloth over them to keep the wind partially off. But when it rained heavily, the water ran in on all sides, so that they lay half in the wet. 22nd September. We saw the handsome town and fortress Novorussiska, which contains some very pretty private houses, hospitals, barracks, and a fine church. The town and fortress lie upon a hill and were founded only 10 years since. In the evening we reached Anapka, which place was taken by the Turks in 1829. Here the finely wooded mountains and hills and the somewhat desolate steppes of the Crimea commence. In the course of the day I had an opportunity of observing the watchfulness and penetration of our commandant. A sailing vessel was quietly at anchor in Small Creek. The commandant, perceiving it, immediately ordered the steamer to stop, ordered out a boat, and sent an officer to see what it was doing there. So far everything had gone correctly, for in Russia, where the limits of every foreign fly is known, what a whole ship is about must also be seen to. But now comes the comical part of the affair. The officer went near the ship, but did not board it, and did not ask for the ship's papers, but merely called out to the captain to know what he was about there. The captain answered that contrary winds had compelled him to anchor here, and that he waited for a favourable one to sail to this place and that. This answer satisfied the officer and the commandant completely. To me it seemed just as if any one was asked whether he was an honourable man or a rogue, and then trusted to his honour when he gave himself a good character. 23rd September. Another bad night. Nothing but wind and rain. I pitied the poor sick fellows, and even those who were well exposed to this weather on the deck. Towards noon we arrived at Kertch. The town can be seen very well from the sea, as it stretches out in a semicircle on the shore, and rises a little up the hill Mithridates, which lies behind. High up the hill is the museum, in the style of a Grecian temple, circular and surrounded with columns. The summit of the mountain ends in a fine group of rocks, between which stand some obelisks and monuments, which belong to the old burial place. The country round is a steppe, covered with artificial earth mounds, which make the graves of a very remote period. Besides the Mithridates, there is no hill or mountain to be seen. Kertch lies partly on the spot where Pantikapaeum formerly stood. It is now included in the government of Tauria. It is fortified, has a safe harbour, and rather considerable commerce. The population amounts to 12,000. The town contains many fine houses, which are chiefly of modern date. The streets are broad and furnished with raised pavements for foot passengers. There is much gaiety in the 2 squares on Sundays and festivals. A market of every possible thing, but especially provisions, is held there. The extraordinary vulgarity and rudeness of the common people struck me greatly. On all sides I heard only abuse, shouting, and cursing. To my astonishment, I saw dromedaries yoked to many loaded cars. The Mithridates is 500 feet high, and beautiful flights of stone steps and winding paths lead up its sides, forming the only walks of the townspeople. This hill must formerly have been used by the ancients as a burial place, for everywhere, if the earth is only scraped away, small narrow sarcophagi consisting of 4 stone slabs are found. The view from the top is extensive, but tame. On 3 sides a treeless steppe, whose monotony is broken only by innumerable tumuli, and on the 4th side the sea. The sight of that is everywhere fine, and here the more so, as one sea joins another, namely the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. There was a tolerable number of ships in the roads, but very far short of 400 or 600, as the statesmen in the newspapers gave out, and as I had hoped to see. On my return I visited the museum, which consists of a single apartment. It contains a few curiosities from the tumuli, but everything handsome and costly that was found was taken to the museum at St. Petersburg. The remains of sculptures, bas-reliefs, sarcophagi, and epitaphs are very much decayed. What remains of the statues indicates a high state of art. The most important thing in the museum is a sarcophagus of white marble, which, although much dilapidated, is still very beautiful. The exterior is full with fine reliefs, especially on one side where a figure in the form of an angel is represented holding 2 garlands of fruit together over its head. On the lid of the sarcophagus are 2 figures in a reclining posture. The heads are wanting, but all the other parts, the bodies, the position, and the draping of the garments are executed in a masterly manner. Another sarcophagus of wood shows great perfection in the carving and turning of the wood. A collection of earthen jars, water jugs, and lamps called to my mind those in the Museum of Naples. The jars, burnt and painted brown, have a form similar to those discovered at Herculaneum and Pompeii. The water jugs are furnished with 2 ears and are so pointed at the bottom that they will not stand unless rested against something. This form of vessel is still used in Persia. Among other glassware, there were some flasks which consisted almost entirely of long necks, bracelets, rings, and necklaces of gold. Some small 4-cornered embossed sheets, which were worn either on the head or chest, and some crowns made of laurel wreaths were very elegant. There were chains and cauldrons in copper, and ugly grotesque faces and ornaments of various kinds, which were probably fixed on the exterior of the houses. I saw some coins, which were remarkably well stamped. I had now to visit the tumuli. I sought long and in vain for a guide. Very few strangers come to this place, and there are consequently no regular guides. At last there was nothing left for me but to apply to the Austrian vice-consul, Herr Nicolitz. This gentleman was not only willing to comply with my wish, but was even so obliging as to accompany me himself. The tumuli are monuments of an entirely peculiar character. They consist of a passage about 60 feet long, 14 broad, and 25 high, and a very small chamber at the end of the passage. The walls of the passage are sloping, like the roof of a house, and contract so much at the top that at the utmost 1 foot is left between. They are built of long and very thick stone slabs, which are placed over each other in such a way that the upper row projects about 6 or 7 inches beyond the under one. Upon the opening at the top are placed massive slabs of stone. Looking down from the entrance, the walls appear as if fluted. The room, which is a lengthened quadrangle, is spanned by a small arched roof, and is built in the same manner as the passage. After the sarcophagus was deposited in the room, the whole monument was covered with earth. The fine marble sarcophagus, which is in the museum, was taken from a tumulus which was situated near the quarantine house, and is considered to be that of King Bentik. The greater number of the monuments were opened by the Turks. The remainder were uncovered by the Russian government. Many of the bodies were found ornamented with jewels and crowns of leaves, like those in the museum. An abundance of coins was also found. The 26th of September was a great festival among the Russians, who celebrated the finding of the cross. The people brought bread, pastry, fruit, etc. to the church by way of sacrifice. The whole of these things were laid up in one corner. After the service, the priest blessed them, gave some few morsels to the beggars round him, and had the remainder packed into a large basket and sent to his house. In the afternoon nearly the whole of the people went to the burial ground. The common people took provisions with them, which were also blessed by the priests, but were hastily consumed by their owners. I saw only a few people in the Russian dress. This consists, both for men and women, of long white blue cloth coats. The men wear low felt hats with broad brims and have their hair cut even all around. The women bind small silk kerchiefs round their heads. Before finishing my account of Kerch, I must mention that there are naphtha springs in the neighborhood, but I did not visit them, as they were described to me as precisely similar to those at Tiflis. The next part of my journey was to Odessa. I could go either by sea or land. The latter was said to present many objects of beauty and interest, but I preferred the former, as I had in the first place no great admiration for the Russian post, and, secondly, I was heartily anxious to turn my back upon the Russian frontiers. On the 27th of September at 8 in the morning I went on board the Russian steamer Dago, of 100 horsepower. The distance from Odessa to Constantinople amounts to 420 miles. The vessel was handsome and very clean, and the fare very moderate. I paid for the second cabin 13 silver roubles, or 20 florins, 50 kreuzers, £2 1 shilling and 4 pence. The only thing which did not please me in the Russian steamer was the too great attention of the steward who, as I was told, pays for his office. All the travellers are compelled to take their meals with him, the poor deck passengers not excepted, who have often to pay him their last kopecks. About afternoon we came to Feodosia Kaffa, which was formerly the largest and most important town in the Crimea, and was called the second Constantinople. It was at the height of its prosperity about the end of the 15th century under the dominion of Genueser. Its population at that time is said to have been upwards of 200,000. It has now declined to a minor town with 5,000 inhabitants. Half-ruined fortification walls and towers of the time of Genueser remain, as well as a fine mosque, which has been turned into a Christian church by the Russians. The town lies upon a large bay of the Black Sea, on the declivity of barren hills. Pretty gardens between the houses form the only vegetation to be seen. 28th September. We stopped this morning at Jalta, a very small village containing 500 inhabitants, and a handsome church founded by the Prince Vorontsov. It is built in pure Gothic style and stands upon a hill outside of the village. The country is again delightful here, and beautiful hills and mountains, partly covered with fine woods, partly rising in steep precipices, extend close to the sea-shore. The steamer stayed 24 hours at Jalta. I took advantage of the time to make an excursion to Alupka, one of the estates of Prince Vorontsov, famous for a castle which is considered one of the curiosities of the Crimea. The road to it passed over low ranges of hills close to the sea through a true natural park, which had here and there been embellished by the help of art. The most elegant castles and country houses belonging to the Russian nobles are seated between woods and groves, gardens and vineyards, in open spaces on hills and declivities. The whole prospect is so charming that it appears as if prosperity, happiness, and peace only reigned here. The first villa which attracted me was that of Count Leo Potocki. The building is extremely tasteful. The gardens were laid out with art and some sumptuousness. The situation is delightful, with an extensive view of the sea and neighborhood. A second magnificent building, which, however, is more remarkable for magnitude than beauty of construction, lies near the seashore. It resembles an ordinary square house with several stories, and, as I was informed, was built as a country bathing place of the emperor, but had not yet been made use of. This castle is called Oriander. Far handsomer than this palace was the charming country house of Prince Mirzewski. It is seated on a hill in the center of a magnificent park, and affords a delightful view of the mountains and sea. The principal front is Gothic. The villa of Prince Galitzin is built entirely in the Gothic style. The pointed windows and 2 towers of which, decorated with a cross, give to it the appearance of a church, and the beholder involuntarily looks for the town to which this gorgeous building belongs. This place lies nearly at the extremity of the fine country. From here the trees are replaced by dwarf bushes, and finally by brambles. The velvety green turf is succeeded by stony ground, and steep rocks rise behind, at the foot of which lie a quantity of fallen fragments. Even here very pretty seats are to be seen, but they are entirely artificial, and want the charm of nature. After travelling about 13 versti, the road winds round a stony hill, and the castle of Prince Vorontsov comes in sight in its entire extent. The appearance of it is not by any means so fine as I had imagined. The castle is built entirely of stone, of the same colour as the neighbouring rocks. If a large park surrounded the castle, it would stand out more prominently, and the beauty and magnificence of its architecture would be better shown. There is, indeed, a well laid out garden, but it is yet new and not very extensive. The head gardener, Herr Kebach, a German, is a master in his art. He well knows how to manage the naked barren land so that it will bear not only the ordinary trees, plants, and flowers, but even the choicest exotic plants. The castle is built in the Gothic style, and is full of towers, pinnacles, and buttresses, such as are seen in similar well-preserved buildings of olden time. The principal front is turned towards the sea. 2 lions, in Carrara marble, artistically sculptured, lie in comfortable ease at the top of the majestic flight of steps which lead from the castle far down to the seashore. The interior arrangement of the castle reminded me of the Arabian Nights. Every costly thing from all parts of the world, such as fine woods and choice works of art, is to be seen here in their greatest perfection and splendor. There are state apartments in Oriental, Chinese, Persian, and European styles, and above all a garden saloon which is quite unique, for it not only contains the finest and rarest flowers, but even the tallest trees. Palms, with their rich leafy crowns, extend to a great height, climbing plants cover the walls, and on all sides are flowers and blossoms. The most delightful odor diffused itself through the air. Cushioned divans stood half buried under the floating leaves. In fact, everything combined to produce the most magical impression upon the senses. The owner of this fairy palace was unfortunately absent at a fete on a neighbouring estate. I had letters to him, and should have been glad to have made his acquaintance, as I had heard him spoken of here, both by rich and poor, as a most noble, just, and generous man. I was indeed persuaded to wait his return, but I could not accept this offer, as I should have had to wait 8 days for the arrival of the next steamer, and my time was already very limited. In the neighbourhood of this castle is a Tartar village, of which there are many in the Crimea. The houses are remarkable for their flat earth roofs, which are more used by the inhabitants than the interior of the huts. As the climate is mild and fine, they pass the whole day at their work on the roofs, and at night sleep there. The dress of the men differs somewhat from that of the Russian peasants. The women dress in the Oriental fashion and have their faces uncovered. I never saw such admirable planted and clean vineyards as here. The grapes are very sweet and of a good flavour, the wine light and good, and perfectly suited for making champagne, which indeed is sometimes done. I was told that more than 100 kinds of grapes are grown in the gardens of Prince Woronzow. When I returned to Jalta, I was obliged to wait more than 2 hours, as the gentlemen with whom I was to go on board had not yet finished their carouse. At last, when they broke up, one of them, an officer of the steamer, was so much intoxicated that he could not walk. 2 of his companions and the landlord dragged him to the shore. The jolly boat of the steamer was indeed there, but the sailors refused to take us, as the jolly boat was ordered for the captain. We were obliged to hire a boat, for which each had to pay 20 kopecks, 8 pence. The gentlemen knew that I did not speak Russian, but they did not think I partially understood the language. I, however, overheard one of them say to the other, "I have no change with me, let us leave the woman to pay." Upon this the other turned round to me and said in French, "The share that you have to pay is 20 silver kopecks." These were gentlemen who made pretensions to honesty and honour. 29th September. Today we stopped at the strong and beautiful fortress Sevastopol. The works are partly situated at the entrance of the harbour, and partly in the harbour itself. They are executed in massive stone, and possess a number of towers and outworks which defend the entrance to the harbour. The harbour itself is almost entirely surrounded by hills, and is one of the safest and most excellent in the world. It can hold the largest fleets, and is so deep that the most gigantic men of war can lie at anchor close to the quays. Sluices, docks, and quays have been constructed in unlimited splendour and magnificence. The whole of the works were not quite finished, and there was an unparalleled activity apparent. Thousands of men were busy on all sides. Among the workmen I was shown many of the captured Polish nobles who had been sent here as a punishment for their attempt in 1831 to shake off the Russian yoke. The works of the fortress and the barracks are so large that they will hold about 30,000 men. The town itself is modern, and stands upon a range of barren hills. The most attractive among the buildings is the Greek church, as it stands quite alone on a hill, and is built in the style of a Grecian temple. The library is situated on the highest ground. There is also an open columned hall near the club, with stone steps leading to the sea shore, which serves as the most convenient passage to the town for those who land here. A Gothic monument to the memory of Captain Cosa, who distinguished himself greatly at the Battle of Navarino, and was killed there, does not less excite the curiosity of the traveller. Like the church, it stands alone upon a hill. The streets here, as in all the new Russian towns, are broad and clean. 30th September. Early in the morning we reached Odessa. The town looks very well from the sea. It stands high, and consequently many of the large and truly fine buildings can be seen at one glance. Among these are the palace of Prince Woronzow, the exchange, the government offices, several large barracks, the quarantine buildings, and many fine private houses. Although the surrounding country is flat and barren, the number of gardens and avenues in the town give it a pleasant appearance. In the harbour was a perfect forest of masts. By far the greater number of ships do not lie here, but in the quarantine harbour. Most of the ships come from the Turkish shore and are obliged to pass through the quarantine of 14 days, whether they have illness on board or not. Odessa, the chief town of the government of Cherson, is, from its situation in the Black Sea and at the mouth of the Dniester and Dnieper, one of the most important places of commerce in South Russia. It contains 50,000 inhabitants, was founded in 1794 and declared a free port in 1817. A fine citadel entirely commands the harbour. The Duke of Richelieu contributed most to the advancement of Odessa, for after having made several campaigns against his native country France in an emigrant corps, he went to Russia, and in 1803 was made Governor-General of Cherson. He filled this post until 1814, during which time he brought the town to its present position. When he was appointed, it contained scarcely 5,000 inhabitants. One of the finest streets bears the name of the Duke, and several squares are also named in honor of him. I remained only 2 days in Odessa. On the third I started by the steamer for Constantinople. I went through the town and suburbs in every direction. The finest part lies towards the sea, especially the boulevard, which is furnished with fine avenues of trees and offers a delightful promenade. A life-size statue of the Duke Richelieu forms a fine ornament to it. Broad flights of stone steps lead from here down to the seashore, and in the background are rows of handsome palaces and houses. The most remarkable among them are the Government House, the Hotel St. Petersburg, and the Palace of Prince Woronzow, built in the Italian style with a tasteful garden adjoining. At the opposite end of the boulevard is the Exchange, also built in the Italian style and surrounded by a garden. Not far from this is the Academy of Arts, a rather mediocre one-story building. The theatre, with a fine portico, promises much outside, but is nothing great within. Next to the theatre is the Palais Royal, which consists of a pretty garden, round which are ranged large handsome shops filled with costly goods. Many articles are also hung out, but the arrangement is not near so tasteful as is the case in Vienna or Hamburg. Among the churches, the Russian cathedral is the most striking. It has a lofty arched nave and a fine dome. The nave rests upon strong columns covered with brilliant white plaster, which looks like marble. The decorations of the churches with pictures, lamps, and lustres, etc., is rich, but not artistic. This was the first church in which I found stoves, and really it was quite necessary that these should be used. The difference of temperature between this place and Jalta was very considerable for the short distance. A second Russian church stands in the new bazaar. It has a large dome surrounded by 4 smaller ones, and has a very fine appearance from the exterior. Inside it is small and plain. The Catholic church, not quite finished, vies in point of architecture with the Russian cathedral. The streets are all broad, handsome, and regular. It is almost impossible to lose your way in this town. In every street there are fine large houses, and this is the case even in the most remote parts as well. In the interior of the town lies the so-called Crown Garden, which is not indeed very large or handsome, but still affords some amusement, as great numbers of people assemble here on Sundays and festivals, and a very good band of music plays here in summer under a tent. In winter the performances take place in a plain room. The Botanic Garden, 3 versti from the town, has few exotic plants and is much neglected. The autumn changes, which I again saw here for the first time for some years, made a truly sad impression upon me. I could almost have envied the people who live in hot climates, although the heat is very troublesome. The German language is understood by almost all but the lowest orders in Odessa. On leaving the Russian dominions I had as much trouble with the passport regulations as on entering. The passport which was obtained on entering must be changed for another, for which 2 silver rubles are paid. Besides this, the traveller's name has to be 3 times printed in a newspaper, so that, if he has debts, his creditors may know of his departure. With these delays it takes at least 8 days, frequently, however, 2 or 3 weeks to get away. It is not, however, necessary to wait for these forms if the traveller provides security. The Austrian consul, Herr Gutenthal, answered for me, and I was thus able to bid adieu to Russia on the 2nd of October. That I did this with a light heart, it is not necessary for me to assure my readers. End of section 40. Recorded by Julie Niedermaier.
Section 41 of A Woman's Journey Around the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gilles Leblanc. A Woman's Journey Around the World by Laura Pfeiffer. Chapter 24. Constantinople and Athens. Constantinople, changes, 2 fires, voyage to Greece, quarantine at Aegina, a day in Athens, Kalamachi, the Isthmus, Patras, Corfu. Little can be said of the passage from Odessa to Constantinople. We continued out at sea and did not land anywhere. The distance is 420 miles. The ship belonged to the Russian government. It was named Odessa, was of 260 horsepower, and was handsome, clean, and neat. In order that my parting with my dear friends, the Russians, might not be too much regretted, one of them was so good at the end of the passage as to behave in a manner that was far from polite. During the last night, which was very mild and warm, I went out of the close cabin on to the deck, and placed myself not far from the compass box, where I soon began to sleep, wrapped in my mantle. One of the sailors came, and giving me a kick with his foot, told me to leave the place. I thanked him quietly for the delicate way in which he expressed himself, and requesting him to leave me at peace, continued to sleep. Among the passengers were 6 English soldiers who had taken a new ship to Odessa, and were returning home. I spoke with them several times, and had soon quite won them. As they perceived that I was without any companion, they asked me if I spoke enough Turkish to be able to get what I wanted from the ship's people and porters. On my answering that I did, they offered to manage everything for me if I would go on shore with them. I willingly accepted their offer. As we approached land, a customs officer came on board to examine our luggage. In order to avoid delay, I gave him some money. When we landed, I wanted to pay, but the English sailors would not allow it. They said I had paid for the customs officer, and it was therefore their time to pay for the boat. I saw that I should only have affronted them if I had pressed them further to receive the money. They settled with the porter for me, and we parted good friends. How different was the behaviour of these English sailors from that of the 3 well-bred Russian gentlemen at Jalta! The passage into the Bosphorus, as well as the objects of interest in Constantinople, I have already described in my journey to the Holy Land. I went immediately to my good friend Mrs. Balbiani, but, to my regret, found that she was not in Constantinople. She had given up her hotel. I was recommended to the hotel Aux Quatre Nations, kept by Madame Proust. She was a talkative French woman who was always singing the praises of her housekeeping, servants, cookery, etc., in which, however, none of the travellers agreed with her. She charged 40 piastres, 8 shillings, and put down a good round sum in the bill for servants' fees and such like. Since my last stay here, a handsome new wooden bridge had been erected over the Golden Horn, and the women did not seem to be so thickly veiled as on my first visit to Constantinople. Many of them wore such delicately woven veils that their faces could almost be seen through them. Others had only the forehead and chin covered, and left their eyes, nose, and cheeks exposed. The suburb of Pera looked very desolate. There had been a number of fires, which were increased by 2 during my stay. They were called small, as by the first only 130 shops, houses, and cottages, and by the second only 30 were burned to the ground. They are accustomed to reckon the number destroyed by thousands. The fire broke out in the evening as we were seated at table. One of the guests offered to accompany me to see it, as he thought I should be interested by the sight if I had not seen such a one before. The scene of the fire was rather distant from our house, but we had scarcely gone 100 steps when we found ourselves in a great crowd of people, who all carried paper lanterns, by which the streets were lighted. Everyone was shouting and rushing wildly about. The inhabitants of the houses threw upon their windows and inquired of the passers by the extent of the danger, and gazed with anxiety and trembling at the reflection of the flames in the sky. Every now and then sounded the shrill cry of "Garda! Garda!" (Take care) of the people, who carried small fire engines and buckets of water on their shoulders and knocked everything over that was in their way. Mounted and foot soldiers and watchmen rushed about, and pashas rode down with their attendants to urge the people on in extinguishing the fire, and to render them assistance. Unfortunately, almost all these labours are fruitless. The fire takes such hold of the wooden buildings painted with oil colours, and spreads with such incredible rapidity that it is stopped only by open spaces or gardens. One fire often destroys several thousand houses. The unfortunate inhabitants have scarce time to save themselves. Those who live some distance off hastily pack their effects together and hold themselves prepared for flight at any moment. It may easily be supposed that thieves are not rare on such occasions, and it too often happens that the few things the poor people have saved are torn away from them in the bustle and confusion. The second fire broke out in the following night. Every one had retired to sleep, but the fire watch rushed through the street, knocking with his iron-mounted staff at the doors of the houses and waking the people. I sprang terrified out of bed, ran to the window, and saw in the direction of the fire a faint red light in the sky. In a few hours the noise and redness ceased. They have at last begun to build stone houses, not only in Pera, but also in Constantinople. I left Constantinople on the evening of the 7th of October, by the French steamer Scamander, 160 horsepower. The passage from Constantinople to Smyrna and through the Greek archipelago is described in my journey to the Holy Land, and I therefore pass on at once to Greece. I had been told, in Constantinople, that the quarantine was held in the Piraeus, 6 English miles from Athens, and lasted only 4 days, as the state of health in Turkey was perfectly satisfactory. Instead of this, I learnt on the steamer that it was held at the island of Aegina, 16 English miles from Piraeus, and lasted 12 days, not on account of the plague, but of the cholera. For the plague it lasts 20 days. On the 10th of October we caught sight of the Grecian mainland. Sailing near the coast, we saw on the lofty prominence of a rock 12 large columns, the remains of the temple of Minerva. Shortly afterwards we came near the hill on which the beautiful Acropolis stands. I gazed for a long time on all that was to be seen. The statues of the Grecian heroes, the history of the country came back to my mind, and I glowed with desire to set my foot on the land which, from my earliest childhood, had appeared to me, after Rome and Jerusalem, as the most interesting in the earth. How anxiously I sought for the new town of Athens! It stands upon the same spot as the old and famous one. Unfortunately, I did not see it, as it was hidden from us by a hill. We turned into the Piraeus, on which a new town has also been built, but only stopped to deliver up our passports, and then sailed to Aegina. It was already night when we arrived. A boat was quickly put out, and we were conveyed to the quay near the quarantine station. Neither the porters nor servants of this establishment were there to help us, and we were obliged to carry our own baggage to the building, where we were shown into empty rooms. We could not even get a light. I had fortunately a wax taper with me, which I cut into several pieces and gave to my fellow passengers. On the following morning I inquired about the regulations of the quarantine. They were very bad and very dear. A small room, quite empty, cost 3 drachmas (2 shillings 3 pence) a day. Board 5 drachmas (3 shillings 9 pence). Very small separate portions 60 or 70 leptas (6 pennies or 7 pennies). The attendants, that is, the superintendents of the guardian, 2 drachmas a day. The supply of water, 15 leptas daily. The physician, a drachma, and another drachma on leaving, for which he inspects the whole party and examines the state of their health. Several other things were to be had at a similar price, and every article of furniture has to be hired. I cannot understand how it is that the government pays so little attention to institutions which are established for sanitary purposes and which the poor cannot avoid. They must suffer more privation here than at home. They cannot have any hot meals, for the landlord, who is not restricted in his prices, charges 5 or 6 times the value. Several artisans who had come by the vessel were put into the same room with a servant girl. These people had no hot food the 12 days. They lived entirely upon bread, cheese, and dried figs. The girl, after a few days, begged me to let her come into my room, as the people had not behaved properly to her. In what a position the poor girl would have been placed if there had not happened to be a woman among the passengers, or if I had refused to receive her. Are such arrangements worthy of a public institution? Why are there not a few rooms fitted up at the expense of government for the poor? Why cannot they have a plain hot meal once in the day for a moderate price? The poor surely suffer enough by not being able to earn anything for so long a time, without being deprived of their hard earnings in such a shameful manner. On the second day the courtyard was opened, and we were permitted to walk about in an enclosed space 150 paces wide on the seashore. The view was very beautiful. The whole of the Cyclades lay before us, small mountainous islands, mostly uninhabited and covered over with woods. Probably they were formerly a part of the mainland, and were separated by some violent convulsion of nature. On the fourth day our range was extended. We were allowed to walk as far as the hills surrounding the lazaretto under the care of a guard. The remains of a temple stand upon these hills, fragments of a wall, and a very much decayed column. The latter, which consisted of a single piece of stone, was fluted, and, judging from the circumference, had been very high. These ruins are said to be those of the remarkably fine Temple of Jupiter. 21st October. This was the day we were set at liberty. We had ordered a small vessel the evening before which was to take us to Athens early in the morning. But my fellow travellers would insist upon first celebrating their freedom at a tavern, and from this reason it was 11 o'clock before we started. I availed myself of this time to look about the town and its environs. It is very small and contains no handsome buildings. The only remains of antiquity which I found were traces of the floor of a room in mosaic work of coloured stones. From what I could see of the island of Aegina, it appeared extremely barren and naked, and it does not show any indications of having been once a flourishing seat of art and commerce. Aegina is a Greek island, about 2 square miles in extent. It was formerly a separate state, and is said to have received the name of Aegina from the daughter of Xiph. It is supposed that the first money of Greece was coined in this island. Our passage to the Piraeus occupied a long time. There was not a breath of wind, and the sailors were obliged to row. We did not land at our destination until nearly 8 in the evening. We were first visited by the health officer, who read through the certificates which we brought from the quarantine very leisurely. There was unfortunately nobody among us who was inclined to make it more understandable to him by a few drachmas. Of course, we could not neglect going to the police office, but it was already closed, in consequence of which we dare not leave the town. I went into a large fine-looking coffee-house to look for night quarters. I was conducted to a room in which half of the window-panes were broken. The attendant said this was of no consequence, it was only necessary to close the shutters. In other respects the room looked very well, but I had scarcely laid down on the bed when certain animals compelled me to take to flight. I laid down upon the sofa, which was no better. Lastly, I tried an easy chair, in which I passed the night, not in the most agreeable position. I had already been told in Aegina of the great dirtiness and number of vermin prevalent in the Piraeus inns, and had been warned against passing a night there, but what was to be done? For we could not venture to leave the town without permission of the police. 22nd October. The distance of the harbour of the Piraeus from Athens is 13 stadia, or 6 English miles. The road leads through olive plantations and between barren hills. The Acropolis remains continually in sight. The town of Athens does not appear till afterwards. I had intended to remain 8 days in Athens, in order to see all the monuments and remarkable places of the town and environs leisurely. But I had scarcely got out of the carriage when I heard the news of the breaking out of the Vienna Revolution of October. I had heard of the Paris Revolution of the 24th February while in Bombay, that of March in Germany, at Baghdad, and the other political disturbances while at Tebris, Tiflis, and other places. No news had astonished me so much in my whole life as that from Vienna. My comfortable, peace-loving Austrians, and an overthrow of the government. I thought the statement so doubtful that I could not give full credit to the verbal information of the resident at Baghdad. He was obliged to show it to me in black and white in the newspaper to convince me. The affair of March so delighted and inspirited me that I felt proud of being an Austrian. The latter occurrences of May, however, cooled my enthusiasm, and that of the 6th of October completely filled me with sadness and dejection. No overthrow of a state ever began so promisingly. It would have stood alone in history if the people had gone on in the spirit of the March movement, and then to end in such a way. I was so grieved and upset by the result of the 6th of October that I lost all enjoyment of everything. Moreover, I knew my friends were in Vienna, and I had heard nothing from them. I should have hastened there immediately if there had been an opportunity of doing so, but I was obliged to wait till the next day, as the steamer did not start till then. I made arrangements to go by it, and then took a cicerone to show me all the objects of interest in the town, more for diversion than pleasure. My fate had been very unfortunate. 12 days I had patiently endured being shut up in the lazaretto of Aegina in order to be able to see the classic country, and now I was so anxious to leave it that I had neither rest nor peace. Athens, the capital of the former state of Attica, is said to have been founded in the year 1300, 1400 years before Christ, by Cecrops, from whom it then took the name of Cecropia, which in after times was retained only by the castle. Under Erectonius the town was named Athens. The original town stood upon a rock in the centre of a plain, which was afterwards covered with buildings. The upper part was called the Acropolis, the lower the Catopolis, only a part of the fortress. The famous Acropolis remains on the mountain, where the principal works of art of Athens stand. The principal feature was the Temple of Minerva, or the Parthenon. Even its ruins excite the astonishment of the world. The building is said to have been 215 feet long, 97 feet broad, and 70 feet high. Here stood the statue of Minerva, by Phidias. This masterly work was executed in gold and ivory. Its height was 46 feet, and it is said to have weighed more than 2,000 pounds. 55 columns of the entrance to the temple still remain, as well as parts of enormous blocks of marble which rest upon them and belong to the arches and roof. This temple was destroyed by the Persians, and was again restored with greater beauty by Pericles, about 440 years after the birth of Christ. There are some fine remains of the temples of Minerva and Neptune, and the extent of the amphitheatre can still be seen. There is but little of the theatre of Bacchus remaining. Outside the Acropolis stands the temple of Theseus and that of Jupiter Olympus, the one on the north, the other on the south side. The former is in the Doric style, and is surrounded by 36 fine columns. On the metope are represented the deeds of Theseus in beautiful reliefs. The interior of the temple is full of fine sculptures, epitaphs, and other works in stone, most of which belong to the other temples, but are collected here. Outside the temple stand several marble seats which have been brought from the neighbouring Areopagus, the former place of assembly for the patricians. Of the Areopagus itself nothing more is to be seen than a chamber cut out of the rock, to which similarly cut steps lead. Of the temple of Jupiter Olympus so much of the foundation walls still remain as to show what its size was. There are also 16 beautiful columns, 58 feet in height. This temple, which was completed by Hadrian, is said to have exceeded in beauty and magnificence all the buildings of Athens. The exterior was decorated by 120 fluted columns 6 feet in diameter and 59 in height. The gold and ivory statue of Jupiter was, like that of Minerva, the production of the masterly hand of Phidias. All the temples and buildings were of pure white marble. Not far from the Areopagus is the Pnyx, where the free people of Athens met in council. Of this nothing more remains than the rostrum, hewn in the rock, and the seat of the scribe. What feelings agitate the mind when it is remembered what men have stood there and spoke from that spot! It was with sadness that I examined the cave near here where Socrates was imprisoned and poisoned. Above this memorable grotto stands a plain monument erected in memory of Philopappoi. The Turks surrounded the Acropolis with a broad wall, in the building of which they made use of many fragments of columns and other remains of the most beautiful temples. No remnants of antiquity are to be seen in the old town of Athens except the Tower of the Winds, or, as others call it, Diogenes' lantern, a small temple in the form of an octagon, covered with fine sculpture. Also the monument of Lysicrates. This consists of a pedestal, some columns, and a dome in the Corinthian style. The chapel Maria Maggiore is said to have been built by the Venetians 700 years after Christ. Its greatest peculiarity is that it was the first Christian church in Athens. The view of the whole country from the Acropolis is also very interesting. There can be seen the Hymetos, the Pentelicon towards Eleusis, Marathon, Philae, and Decalia, the harbour, the sea, and the course of the Ilissus. Athens contains a considerable number of houses, most of which are, however, small and unimportant. The beautiful country houses, on the contrary, surrounded by tasty gardens, have a very agreeable appearance. The small observatory was built by Baron Sina, the well-known banker in Vienna, who is by birth a Greek. The royal palace, which is of modern date, is built of brilliant white marble, in the form of a large quadrangle. On two sides, which occupy a large part of the breadth of the wings under a peristyle, is a kind of small porch which rests upon pillars. The one approach is for the ministers, ambassadors, etc., the other for the royal family. With the exception of these two peristyles, the whole building is very tasteless, and has not the least ornament. The windows are in the ordinary form, and the high large walls appeared so naked, bare, and flat, that even the dazzling white of the beautiful marble produces no effect, and it is only on a close approach that it can be seen what a costly material has been employed in the building. I regretted having seen this palace, especially opposite to the Acropolis, on a spot which has made its work of art as classic as its heroes. The palace is surrounded by a rather pretty, though recently formed garden. In the front stand a few palms, which have been brought from Syria, but they bear no fruit. The country is otherwise barren and naked. The marble of which this palace is built, as well as the temples and other buildings on the Acropolis, is obtained from the quarries of the neighbouring mountain, Pentelicon, where the quantity of this beautiful stone is so great that whole towns might be built of it. It was Sunday, and the weather was very fine, to which I was indebted for seeing all the fashionable world of Athens, and even the court, in the open promenade. This place is a plain avenue, at the end of which a wooden pavilion is erected. It is not decorated by either lawns or flower beds. The military bands play every Sunday from 5 to 6. The king rides or drives with his queen to this place to show himself to the people. This time he came in an open carriage with 4 horses, and stopped to hear several pieces of music. He was in Greek costume. The Queen wore an ordinary French dress. The Greek, or rather Albanian costume is one of the handsomest there is. The men wear full frocks, made of white perkal, which reach from the hips to the knees, buskins from the knee to the feet, and shoes generally of red leather. A close-fitting vest of coloured silk without arms, over a silk shirt, and over this another close-fitting spencer of fine red, blue, or brown cloth, which is fastened only at the waist by a few buttons or a narrow band, and lays open at the top. The sleeves of the spencer are slit up, and are either left loose or slightly held together by some cords round the wrists. The collar of the shirt is a little turned over. The vest and spencer are tastily ornamented with cords, tassels, spangles, and buttons of gold, silver, or silk, according to the means of the wearer. The material, colour, and ornament of the zariki correspond with those of the spencer and vest. A dagger is generally worn in the girdle, together with a pair of pistols. The headdress is a red fez with a blue tassel. The Greek dress is, as far as I saw, less worn by the women, and even then much of its originality is lost. The principal part of the dress consists of a French garment, which is open at the breast. Over this a close spencer is drawn on, which is also open, and the sleeves wide and rather shorter than those of the gown. The front edges of the gown and the spencer are trimmed with gold lace. The women and girls wear on their head a very small fez, which is bound round with rose or other coloured crape. 24th October. I left Athens by the small steamer Baron Kubek, 70 horsepower, and went as far as Kalamachi, 28 miles. Here I had to leave the ship and cross the isthmus, 3 English miles broad. At Lutrachi we went on board another vessel. During the passage to Kalamachi, which lasts only a few hours, the little town of Megara is seen upon a barren hill. Nothing is more unpleasant in travelling than changing the conveyance, especially when it is a good one and you can only lose by doing so. We were in this situation. Herr Lichtenberg was one of the best and most attentive of all captains that I had ever met with in my travels, and we were all sorry to have to leave him and his ship. Even in Kalamachi, where we remained this day and the following, as the ship which was to carry us from Lutrachi did not arrive, on account of contrary winds, until the 25th, he attended to us with the greatest politeness. The village of Kalamachi offers but little of interest. The few houses have only been erected since the steamers plied, and the tolerably high mountains on which it lies are for the most part barren, or grown over with low brambles. We took several walks on the isthmus, and ascended minor heights, from whence on one side is seen the Gulf of Lepanto, and on the other the Aegean Sea. In front of us stood the large mountain Acrocorinth, rising high above all its companions. Its summit is embellished by a well-preserved fortification, which is called the remains of the castle of Acrocorinth, and was used by the Turks in the last war as a fortress. The formerly world-famous city of Corinth, after which all the fittings of luxury and sumptuousness in the interior of palaces were named, and which gave the name to a distinct order of architecture, is reduced to a small town with scarcely 1,000 inhabitants, and lies at the foot of the mountain in the midst of fields and vineyards. It owes the whole of its present celebrity to its small dried grapes, called currants. It is said that no town of Greece had so many beautiful statues of stone and marble as Corinth. It was upon this isthmus, which consists of a narrow ridge of mountains and is covered with dense fig groves, in which stood a beautiful temple of Neptune, were held the various Isthmian games. How greatly a people or a country may degenerate! The Grecian people, at one time the first in the world, are now the furthest behind. I was told by everyone that in Greece it was neither safe to trust myself with a guide nor to wander about alone, as I had done in other countries. Indeed, I was warned here in Calamachi not to go too far from the harbour, and to return before the dusk of the evening. 26th October. We did not start from Lutrachi until towards noon by the steamer Helenos, of 120 horsepower. We anchored for a few hours in the evening near Vostiza, the ancient Aegean, now an unimportant village at the foot of a mountain. 27th October, Patras. That portion of Greece which I had already seen was neither rich in beauty, well cultivated, nor thickly inhabited. Here were, at least, plains and hills covered with meadows, fields, and vineyards. The town, on the Gulf of Lepanto, was formerly an important place of trade, and before the breaking out of the Greek Revolution in 1821 contained 20,000 inhabitants. It has now only 7,000. The town is defended by 3 fortresses, one of which stands upon a hill, and 2 at the entrance of the harbour. The town is neither handsome nor clean, and the streets are narrow. The high mountains pleased me better, and their chain can be followed for a considerable distance. I saw grapes here whose beauty and size induced me to buy some, but I found them so hard, dry, and tasteless that I did not even venture to give them to a sailor, but threw them into the sea. 28th October. Corfu is the largest of the Ionian Islands, which formerly belonged to Greece, and lie at the entrance to the Adriatic Sea. Corfu, the ancient Corcyra, has been subject to England since 1815. The town of Corfu is situated in a more beautiful and fertile country than Patras, and is far larger. It contains 18,000 inhabitants. Adjoining the town are 2 romantic peaks of rock, with strong fortified works, upon which stand the telegraph and the lighthouse. Both are surrounded by artificial ditches, with drawbridges leading across. The immediate environs of the town, as well as the whole island, are rich in delightful groves of olive and orange trees. The town contains handsome houses and streets, with the exception of the by-streets, which are remarkably crooked and not very clean. At the entrance of the town stands a large covered stone hall, in which on one side are the stalls of the butchers, on the other those of the fishermen. In the open space in front are exposed the choicest vegetables and most beautiful fruits. The theatre presents a very pretty appearance. It would seem, from the sculptures upon it, to have been used for a church. The principal square is large and handsome. It is intersected by several avenues, and one side faces the sea. The palace of the English governor stands here, a fine building in the Grecian-Italian style. The famous and much visited church of St. Spiridion is but small. It contains many oil paintings. Some are good specimens of the old Italian school. In a small dark chapel at the furthest end of the church lies, in a silver sarcophagus, the body of St. Spiridion, who is held in great veneration by the Ionians. The chapel is always full of devotees who tenderly kiss the sarcophagus. On the 29th of October we saw the low mountain country of Dalmatia, and on the 30th I entered Trieste, whence I hastened on to Vienna the day following. I was obliged to pass several days in the greatest anxiety before the town, as it had been taken by storm on the last day of October, and was not opened until the 4th of November. It was not until I had seen that all my relations were safe that I was able to return thanks with a grateful heart to the good Providence which, in all my dangers and troubles, had so remarkably protected and preserved me in health and strength. With equal gratitude I remembered those people who had treated me with such kindness, had so disinterestedly received me, and through whose help I had been enabled to overcome the frequent great hardships and difficulties I encountered. From my readers I hope for a charitable judgment upon my book, which in simple language describes what I have experienced, seen, and felt, and makes no higher pretension than that of being sincere and trustworthy. End of Section 41. End of A Woman's Journey Around the World by Ida Laura Pfeiffer.